Good morning, UniVersus community. We are here on a lovely Sunday, and it's time for Top 8.
It is time for Top 8. It is quite early in the morning as well, Jesse, as we are on the East Coast, of course, and it's 8 o'clock. And so good morning, UniVersus players.
It's fine.
You're right. And, you know, it's the holiday season as well. So we have some merry gifts and some merry Top 8 players to be talking about today, Sunday in Buffalo. And we've got a quick bracket that we want to go over for you all at home. If you haven't been able to keep an eye on social media and see who our top 8 contestants are, well, don't worry. We've got it right here for you. So we're going to do a quick breakdown, but our players are already underway in their top 8, and our stream match is waiting on us. So here's going to be your bracket today for your top 8 in the Buffalo Regional. And the big thing we have to say here is Kyle Croft here playing Devilgen, your Swiss champ at the end of Swiss yesterday. I don't think anyone is surprised by that Devilgen right there.
Not at all.
But I think what it can be surprising, unless you've been paying attention, like in Glasgow, Mikasa, Ackerman, Hizuru's Hope being the most represented character here across top 8 with 3 representations.
Not surprised at all.
But, of course, we've got some small, fun ones of in between. We have, of course, all the way at the bottom, Ryan Levine playing Hawks, the tried and true that he has had a lot of success with. We've got Jacob Hyatt, who we had the pleasure to showcase on stream yesterday, playing that Void Rodan. And Ezra Miller here playing Crystal Lens once again, like in Louisville when he top-cutted with that deck.
That is true.
And then, of course, River Cook playing Mikasa Ackerman. But the one from AOT set 1, which is the aggressive kind of, I like to call it the pony impersonation, right?
That is true. It's like you can't take, like, Pony's just like, because River was a Pony player for a long period of time. It's like, you know what? You just go to the next character that clears the card pool consistently. Why not?
The most aggressive version. And so I'm excited to see something like those aggro 7-handers like River Cook play against the, Rodan's defensive 7-handers that we kind of seen. And surprise, surprise, Jesse, that's going to be our stream match that we're going to be showcasing as well.
Cool.
And I want to sit here and say that maybe we're going to have another explosive aggro seven-hander versus defensive seven-hander. Going first is going to be very volatile, of course. But the reality is, when we did the match yesterday of Ymir versus Rodan, we got a real slobber knocker of a match.
That's true. But the biggest, you gotta remember the main difference is Mikasa has all the best abilities on the front side. There's no flip. We don't have to transform to get our thing online.
That's true, and we have to also remember this Rodan list was playing things like Unyielding Destruction,
Yep.
which don't necessarily have as much mileage against this Mikasa deck, right? It's playing things like Defiant Stance to get that double use of the respond commit after your attack deals damage, draw a card. Well, if those are the 4 foundations you've got, it essentially functions as 8 when it comes to using your cost abilities, right? So things like Unyielding, I don't know if are going to be the key to success for Jake here playing on Rodan, but also on the same boat, the Mikasa deck, it can kind of run out of gas if you don't go early, right? Because, yes,
True.
you give scaling speed, but if you're using things like Feral Shrieks and Wish Hards early, you're getting that early filter draw, but the explosivity is there, undoubtedly.
Yeah, this deck's played some interesting choices, like even some good defensive pieces. Considering, I'm all for the Ride the Lightning getting in there. I saw that on the deck because I was like, yeah, I've heard some Ride the Lightning. We're playing Hunter's Ally Genghis Frog. We're like literally taking tech from the pony decks and move it into this deck.
Yeah, that benefit of, playing even a couple of these ally foundations that are on the air symbol, like, Ryukyu Agency Trainees, great for playing around cards like Ares Smile, which we're not going to see in this Void Rodan list, of course, but it just is one of those things where if your opponent blocks one of your moves, you have this ability to build down a very key foundation that could lead to this deck getting even more aggression. Things like Masho's Concealment, saying no to some powerful foundation ability. But Jacob being on the play here, being able to go first as he is the higher seed, and getting at least a build 4 here, it looks to be is going to be pretty solid.
The really interesting thing about this bracket is we have the top 4 different characters, 4 different deck archetypes.
Yeah,
and then the bottom 4 is Mikasa. It's
true.
The Mikasa Jamboree.
Yeah. For everybody at home, obviously, from what you looked at the bracket, it was impossible for us to not put Mikasa Ackerman on top of the table. But as you can see hitting the board here, double Levi's Relentless Spirit. This is another one of those cards that, when I was talking about Defiant Stance, I didn't necessarily, I didn't really think about, cards that are going to be doubling up for double mileage if you do run into things like Unyielding Destruction. But if they are cards like that and things that function as 2 foundations into 1, this is a really good one.
Oh yeah, this is another card that didn't see a lot of the pony decks decided were like playing, like I saw some versions playing like a 1 of this, maybe a 2. Like they never played, like this deck is like, hey, you need to be able to ready these foundations back up.
And it's a real 3-diff, right?
Yes.
But you're right. I mean, it's one of those foundations that has the same timing for responsibility as the character itself.
Yep.
So whether you need to ready it and then use it to use Mikasa's draw ability, you can do that. Or you have all of your foundations ready, you can use Mikasa first when you hit to commit this Levi's Relentless, and then the ability will trigger. Hey, I've dealt damage, ready it up right now. The versatility of this foundation, I mean, it makes sense. Look at the stats on this. 4 mid block, 4 check. Yep. These are not great numbers, especially when you look at the 3-diff as well, but it is that powerful.
Yeah, it is definitely a situation where River Game 2 just going in. I'm like, I'm gonna build 2 of these on 1. I need it. I need to get on board and ready to go.
And it paid off. I guess the only point that we'll have to find out if it really did pay off is we have the first attack of this top 8 match being played by Jake, the world's weakest hunter, hitting the board. And this is, doing your own kind of pony impersonation. This is one of the fastest moves in this deck for a 4-diff.
Yep. And it looks like we're gonna just take it and let Rodan draw 2 cards. Also, the fact that Jacob used the incubating to increase that. Like I was like, he went, all right, I'll remove for Rodan, and he incubated it because he got like +3 speed, +3 speed, and he's like, I'm gonna -1 because I really want to draw more cards.
Yeah, because it's not just about, hey, can you even block this for how fast it is, but do you even have the mid block, right? And hey, if you didn't have the answer to one of them, how about the second one? As we did check a 3 on it, of course, having to commit not just Rodan, but one of our foundations. But this one is going to have the ability to not just draw the 2, it can draw 3. So now the setup really paying off here for Jacob. The only thing I'm worried about now is if it does get blocked by something like this timely counterattack. But it looks like we ended up checking. Did you see that? We're already sporting our nice little top cut, Ride the Lightnings.
Sure are.
And so they look great, of course. But checking that 3 means we're gonna fail it. And now we have drawn essentially 5 more cards here as Jacob. Can we now pass these foundations to get our stage incredibly healthy?
Yeah, it's just tight. Like, it has a lot of attacks in hand. Like, we got
Checking these 4s is also not necessarily what we're looking for, and we value the incubating more than that Ironclad Faith. So we're going to let it go and just build 2 more foundations and take our 2 momentum, leaving River at 17 as we pass back to them.
And River's gotta make a. This is where I think River has a chance of, like, 21 health is not a lot, and if this can find an opening here, this is the opening he needs.
And I think one of the perks of this character, remember, this character, when they came out, was on everybody's radar and then got errated and everyone kind of forgot about it.
Yep.
And then with the release of Attack on Titan Apocalypse, people were like, wait a minute, Ackerman Team Up gets what? 2 damage for every card that's been cleared? As we're now seeing another different kind of attack that this character gained access to from Attack on Titan 2, Blindside Slash, which is going to deal 1 damage no matter what, unless you see some crazy trick like a Mikasa defeats the female Titan, which is not what's going to happen for Jacob here.
Yeah. We're setting up for this. We're setting up a line here. It's like, hey, you can reduce the speed on this, but we're going to get some connection here.
And it's a great lead-in, right? It has stun on it. It's going to deal no matter what. And like you said, Mikasa has the ability to ramp up to that speed, but we have to keep using her ability to get to that potential where we could actually combat against the minus speed that Rodan is giving. But we have to keep pressing that Mikasa response, right? We have to discard a card. We have to clear a thing. But if not one Blindside Slash that you didn't feel like blocking, how about number 2, which even without the ability on the card, it still has stun 1. We are actually going to start committing down almost every single one of these foundations for Jacob. And if I'm Jacob, I might be a little scared at this point.
Yeah, like we started stunning out this board. Like this could, like, even these little these stun ones, they're adding up because Jacob doesn't have an established board.
Yeah, absolutely. Second one, this is the first Mikasa response getting used here, which is going to give 1 speed, and we have to discard a card of course as cost to do that, but we're going to get 1 clear. So for everybody keeping track at home, we have used Mikasa once, and we have cleared 1 card, and we have multiple cards in our deck that not just benefit from the cards cleared, but we have Mikasa herself who continuously scales with that speed. Getting a little bit of a back and forth using Rodan here, -4 speed because of that block modifier on Hacker. So this is the slowest Blindside Slash of all time, and I have to wonder if I'm Jacob, do I actually completely block this one? But I'm still going to take 1.
Yep. Looks like we're going to get another, and it looks like Jake's like preparing for next turn. He's got a lot of attacks in discard, and he's removing them to try to get Rodan online.
That's the best way to do it. Yeah, absolutely. When you have things like incubating this early for Rodan, as long as those attacks hit your discard pile, you can absolutely unlock that 4 key number when you're looking to then start looking at the top 4 cards of your deck. Getting that full block here with something even like the high block modifier of Supersonic Flight, it does pass, but you still take the 1, Jacob going to 16. And because it connects, we as Mikasa have the ability now to ready both of these Levi's Relentless Spirits. That's now the 2nd time they've been used, and if we want to draw a card, it is up to River to turn another foundation sideways.
That's like River's taking a second and evaluating board state. I mean, I would always do that at this point. It's like, hey, let's take a moment, make a decision.
Decision has been made, Jesse, as now Hunter's ally coming into the card pool. We talked about this a little bit at the beginning, right? The fact that we can use this Genghis Frog technology on the Blitz ability to build in any ally card from our discard pile. But like we said earlier, there's not just ally backups in our deck. We are also playing ally foundations, but the frog has hit the board. It is time to unload the toad. All right, part of the crowd, for everybody home, didn't like that joke.
Yeah, we heard the groans and
duly
laughs.
noted. So, because of Genghis Frog now on the stage, we'll get +3 damage to all of our moves, which is something that Mikasa doesn't do, right? It's why we were playing cards like Ackerman Team Up to get that scaling damage pump, but now even cards like Hunter's Ally are now going to be for 8 damage, and again, Mikasa is constantly scaling the speed up and up and up. And here's the other thing you have to ask. How many high blocks does Jacob actually have? This is the 3rd high attack now.
Yep, and let's see, we're pretty much sitting on rejuves here.
Is this our hand?
That's our hand.
That's so many cards. We
Yep.
did draw 5, I guess, on
Yes.
top of our 7-hander.
Yep.
Yeah, Rejuve Smash here on the half block. It is the second card played. We did check the 4. Gain 2, draw 2, but we will take half of the 8, which is the 4. So essentially going down to 14 for Jacob is going to still let this Hunter's Ally connect, which is going to give River the opportunity to draw more cards themselves if he would like.
Yep.
Or if they would like. So it looks like that is going to be the play here with the Levi's Relentless. And here's where we have to talk about Levi's Relentless Spirit a little bit. If we do this last ready, which River has decided to do, they do flip themselves.
They sure
You
do.
get that last ready, that's incredible. But now they have to consider they no longer have access to that ability. But
And-
another high attack has hit the card pool, Violet Animus Shot. And this one you really don't want to connect if you are Jacob.
No, this is where things start getting dangerous, because now we've ramped up all this speed with Mikasa, and we have 3 damage to start with. It's like if you have to even partial this, you're losing the card of your choice for the block, and then you're losing a random card.
I
That's
hope the 2 cards that we drew off of this Rejuvenating Smash response, one of them is a high block. And not only that, we are now hitting the point here for River where every attack being played is going to be matching the speed that Rodan can give minus side. But hey, what's going to help us specifically? Barrier Shield. And there's the first one we've seen Jacob play here in this game. Now that it's been set to 0, and we can also put the Rodan ability on top of it, putting it to -3 speed. Any high block in the game could block this one.
Yep.
Ironclad Faith that we're going to end up having that block with. Checking a 5 easily gets the job done. No damage dealt on River's side, which means no ability to draw a bonus card.
But do we want to break? Looks like we only got 2 cards left here too.
You run out of cards when you don't hit
It's
anymore.
like we're coming in.
Yeah, we are. I mean, this one, I think this one is Timely, or is this one Ackerman? They all look the same.
No, that's timely counterattack.
Timely counterattack, which is a nice one because it's a 3 difficulty, right? One of these 3 difficulty attacks and it's a low zone. So now we're having this mix up. There's already 3 cards in Jacob's card pool, and the question now is do you still press the responsibility from River here? But if you do, that's your last card in your hand, and then it kind of shows that you don't have another move, right? So it looks like the response not getting played here, which means we don't get the speed from Mikasa. You have to play that ability to get that going. But we are still going to get, of course, that 3 damage from the Genghis Frog. And if you have fewer foundations than your rival, you also get the 1/1 and less health.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think so we got +1/+1 from that part.
Yep.
And we're definitely not less health though.
Definitely not less health. And we do have the low block here. So what we did was incubating that top card, that Fateful Decision, and then it puts that Mikasa defeats the female Titan on top of our discard pile for -3 more speed with this low block from the repeated smash. Commit 1 even with checking a 3, and it doesn't land. Only 1 card left in River's hand, and it ends up being that Ackerman team up.
Oh.
For everybody that was
Fuck.
keeping track at home, right? We've only cleared twice, right? 3? How many attacks did we play? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3. You're right. We did clear 3. It was the double blindside slash and the Hunter's Ally, which means this will get Blitz plus 6 damage. That is not plus the 3 damage from the Genghis Frog, which is going to put it to 9, and it has its own base 3 on its own. So it is only going to get up to 12. But remember, if it lands, River could draw 1 more card, and it could be another attack.
That's true. And River will be more than happy with that. Like, oh, it hit. I think we're taking that. Yeah, Jacob's just like, yep.
Have to. Going all the way down to 2 here, and we're going to draw 1 card off the top with Mikasa's ability if it is an attack. If it is something like a 4 diff, 4, 5, 6, 7, a 5 check here would easily get the job done. Even like a 4 check, if it is a 5 difficulty card, you have to be checking a 5. And there it is. It's in a 5 diff on an 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. We look at the hand at 2 plus the 3 damage. Do we have the high block? We do not. Game 1 going to River Cook on Mikasa Ackerman 1.
Wow. Good. Like, heads up. Just, all right, trusting your deck. That's a trusting your deck.
That's a risky play to make on game 1 of top 8, right?
Yeah.
You go down to 0 cards. You are just relying on this Mikasa Ackerman team up, or this Ackerman team up to land against your opponent. It does. You draw 1 attack off the top of your deck, but it's a 5 diff, which is the hardest thing for your deck to be playing, and it goes through. And hey, the continuous high attacks from River here pay off. Not another block here. Not 4 cards in the card pool here for Jacob's defensive side. Game 1 locked in for River on turn 2.
Yeah. He broke serve and decided, I'm taking this. he took advantage of like I said, Rodan. Like Jake had a very mediocre turn 2 because he just like attack, drew 5 extra cards, and only goes over the build 2 off of it.
That's true. I mean, right? I mean, we kept checking 4s off the
Yep.
top, and that's one of those downsides to this Void deck, right? There are so many powerful cards in the game that have the Void symbol on them, but they check 4s. Or Mikasa's defeats the female Titan, checks a 4, but it blocks against anything. It's an omni block for anything that you want it to be in the game, and you have this volatility of when you need to be building on 5s, and you don't check those 5s, your Rodan is very, very vulnerable.
Yeah, looks like we're going to the board here. But Jake knew exactly what to go for his board. He just like literally like picked up his deck, flopped I think 3 or 4 cards out, and then back in.
I feel that way a lot though, Jesse. When I go first in game 1 and it doesn't go your way, but you believe and you've structured your deck to be on the play, right? You want it to be as strong and powerful as it can be going first in game 1 as you go through a tournament like this and you go through Swiss. You can only imagine that you're like, well, most of the cards in my main deck are going to be strong anyway. I think there's a world where like we care about some of the sideboard pieces that we know that Jacob has access to. More Aaron's sidestep for minus speed and extra draw defensively. Genkai's guidance can save your life, as we saw that be the success to Phil Birch playing Rodan all the way in Atlanta so many months ago. But when you lose game 1 and you have to try to figure out what from my sideboard is going to help me on the play get the win, I don't really know if you have to change your deck all too much.
No.
On the other side, if you're River, you're feeling pretty good, right? That serve break is so important in our game because it means I think River doesn't feel a ton of pressure here having to win this game too. I think we are feeling absolutely comfortable. Still play your deck to the best of its ability, but regardless, at the end of the day, on game 3, we get to go first.
That is the hope here. We're gonna take full advantage of that. We gotta just pressure this line here. I mean, River. The thing is, now River's up a game. He could play a little more. I'm not saying loose, because he's up. But like his deck going first. I watched his deck go first yesterday, and I was just like,
it's scary.
Wow.
That's
turnout.
Mikasa in general, right? I think going first is such a big idea here for River, and so that's why I think game 3 can be very advantageous. But on the other side of that, River took a lot of risk in that game. Remember, turn 1, we built double Levi's Relentless Spirit, and it was actually the key because our foundations got triple mileage for what they represented actually by the quantity on the board. But it was, hey, we checked poorly on something. They ready themselves automatically. Hey, I checked well. They now commit themselves to draw me more cards, and then I can ready them up well. And then the partial mulligan here being a key to success of also going second. Whereas going first, and if you're something like this aggro Mikasa deck, you're a little worried sometimes of what that opening hand could be because the full mulligan you have to make that decision on could be disastrous.
Yeah, that is definitely the hope here. But looking like I saw a little glimpse of River's hand. Like he's got a really solid a solid build. Like I think he's got a solid 5 build, like a 5 build going in here. I mean, he's probably gonna review, and get a nice solid 8 cards to work with.
We'll have to see what the result ends up being for them. But Jacob on the play here, cool as a cucumber, as you can see from the cam. But once we get this final shuffle over here from River, we will be jumping in to game 2. At this point, Jesse, I don't normally like to ask predictions, but do you think there's a world where this could be a 2-0 here from River going second both games?
I definitely have that feeling. I had that feeling right here, right in the center of my chest, saying I think River can come back and just 0-2 this, no problem.
For everybody at home, Jesse was gesturing to his sternum. To his sternum.
Felt right in my chest.
I feel that too. I feel that one. Maybe that's just my chest pain though for getting older. But so solid build 4 here on the side for Jake. But the cards that we did end up building, once again, that last foundation we failed because guess what? We checked a 4 again.
Yep.
But just that solid build 4 here from River. Looks like we ended up failing at that 5th one that you were thinking about. But a second turn to build here from Jacob. I think this is the best way characters like Rodan can survive against these aggro decks. And I think River is going to have to think twice about thinking if a turn 2 aggressive play will actually be the solution to winning this game 2.
Yeah. This is not like Jacob flubbed into a hand pile of attacks and is trying to play World's Weakest to get more foundations in hand. He's just like, I'm going to double build. Good luck.
Yeah, Science Bros being one of them, of course, gives some offensive backswing potential for Jacob,
Sure does.
which we talked about, right? 21 is not a lot of health for River to get through as this aggro machine. But on the other side of the table, Rodans love playing against seven-handers because it is also less health to get through. As we kick things off for the other star of the show last game, the blind side slash being played here from River, guaranteeing that you can get this Mikasa response. This is such a good poke in this deck too, because you don't have to commit to discarding a card from Mikasa. You know that it's going to deal a damage unless your opponent has some crazy block trick, and we can just build afterwards if we want to help solidify River's stage a little bit more and take a momentum.
Or we can pick it back up.
Oh, true. It does have that discard a card at the start of your end phase, add it to your hand, which does help you, or I guess it's your end phase, so it wouldn't work for cards like Feral Shriek, right? If you pitch those, it's not your combat phase anymore. You are in your end phase. But it is still interesting to think about. And it's funny that I bring that up.
I don't think he's playing that. He's not playing that. He's playing 3?
3 Feral Shriek, but no Wish Hearts, which is a good choice in my opinion, because that eats up attack slots in your deck.
Yeah, if you're like, there are a lot of decks that will just like, hey, I'm gonna play them because they value so efficiently in this deck, and it's like, no. And I'm even playing 4. He's not even playing 4 Feral Shrieks. That's what's really interesting, because like usually the decks like this, I like this.
Wow, I'm loving all these cards that are hitting the board. So it did end up connecting, of course. Jacob takes the 1 even with the full block. Building now a Stopping for Breakfast, Tattered Costume, and
I'm gonna take the momentum.
Yeah, we're gonna take the momentum as well. We do have cards that do have keyword abilities on them, right? So I think it is interesting and nice to take cards like that. But having double answers to actions means things like that Barrier Shield will not be happening again in this game. But Jacob says, I need to get on the board, kicking things off here with that 100% repeated smash. Even though we checked a 3 here on it, because of what repeated smash can do for us, we're gonna really only commit 1 for this. We're gonna be able to ready 1 up.
This card, this card was the hottest thing when it came out. It was the hottest card in the game. And it just slowly slid. And then Rodan came out, and then it started just like, yep, this is one of the Rodan things it needed.
Well, it makes sense, right? All those punches that people were playing on Life, and even I would say Order at some capacity, they all rotated, right? And so everyone that was playing and had their eyes on this card stopped looking at it. But like you said, at the end of the day, because it is a punch on its own, this is just a quote-unquote 4 difficulty attack, 4 high for 6, and it has EX and powerful, and it only scales better with more punches that you just put in your deck. It's just great value.
Sure is. All right, looks like we're going to do the good old Incubating Science Bros combo for +1 damage.
Which is also a good way offensively. What we talked about last game, remember? We had that early Incubating to start removing attack cards from our discard pile to unlock that 4 removed. Well, when we are using our Incubating offensively for no downside, it gets the same job done. I also love this play. Okay, so the other ability on Science Bros, for everybody that missed it, says when you remove a card, you can commit it to draw 1, and instead of readying one of the foundations that we committed due to pass the check, we just ready the Science Bros again. We have another way to draw another card if we ever remove another card, which, spoiler alert, our character does.
It looks like we're going for the block.
Is this a timely? It's some Pearl.
It's a Pearl.
And the only reason why I ask if that is a timely is
it's not a 3 diff though.
It's not. Okay. Yeah, I think it actually is a Pearl Ackerman team up.
Yeah. One of the ones with a high
block. Yeah. And then we got that full block there. But the reason I asked is because timely counterattack has breaker on it, and it's very powerful. But instead, now this rejuvenating smash coming in for Jacob, and we did end up using that Rodan enhance during that last enhance step. So we do know what the cards were going to be on top of our deck, even after we drew 1.
And so the thing is huge.
It's so fast. And remember, because of the Incubating plus Science Bros, we can actually start giving damage to our moves, which against a 23 health character like Mikasa goes a long way.
Yes. We're just gonna poke away at this. I'm like, hey, now we're up to 8 damage, so 8 mid-8.
Yeah, 8 damage right off the bat, which means only 2 more of these moves is enough, or that 2 more 8 damage moves is enough to end Mikasa's life. This one gonna connect very easily, and now we're in that scary situation though because we only checked the 5. We have committed 3 of our foundations. We are in that situation again where we have 2 cards in our card pool. If we want to build more foundations, depending on our checks here, it could get really bumpy.
It sure can at this point.
And River is very set up to do a turn 3 aggressive play. We have plenty of foundations. We have action cancellation in our board. And even if you get rid of the tattered costume with things like the Hacker Extraordinaire over on Jacob's side, you still have things like Stopping for Breakfast.
I would not hacker at all. I would not give him a foundation.
That is also fair. That's fair, Jesse. That is not a resource you necessarily want to give the character that says turn in foundation sideways, draw a card.
Yeah, but it looks like, look at that. Like, here's the thing. I was like, this was like, okay, this build is not. Look at all this speed hate. Like,
It's all speed 8.
It's all speed hate. Like,
double Fateful, double Aaron Sidestep, double Incubating. The Incubatings alone, to me, are the freest minus speed of all time when you are pairing it up with Rodan, and it's why we've had see this character constantly have success. I'll be honest with you, very straightforward, Jesse. I don't know how powerful this character is going to be necessarily and how many people will want to play it after cards like Incubating are gone.
Doesn't rotate.
Oh, it's Girl Power. You're
it's
right.
Girl Power.
Oh, you're right.
Get Girl Power. And
I don't know why I thought it was an
and for all we know, we're going to get more. Rodan could get some more angled support in the Godzilla set, for all we know.
That is true. They are a Godzilla character. But it looks like just another turn to build some more foundations here for River, which means we have a ton of foundations, but Jacob and Rodan as a character give so much speed, even aggressively. And now the second Incubating, we can turn all of these cards in our discard pile essentially into extra bonus damage for Rodan, which means we need even less attacks to connect. But I think we are going to have to make a decision on how aggressive our hand is looking as we kick things off here with a Tri-Gravity Beam. I think this is also even just like a one-of in this deck.
Yep. Oh. Good old Tri-Gravity. And we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. I thought for a second we built it a deadlock. I'm like, oh no.
10 exactly seems to be the name of the game. Of course, open deck lists in our top cuts and our event as a whole, right? So knowing that deadlock threats exist, don't want to build too far into it. But
I mean, it was the only one, and I think it's the only real deadlock threat. There's not a lot of deadlock threats on Void.
Yeah, and in general, not a lot really in the game right now in general. But I'm wondering, like, why are we leading with this? And the question to me is, like, well, if you have a Rejuvenating Smash, you got to lead with something, right?
Yep.
But I think we see all the time that, Rodan players are not afraid to just, like, play a foundation and then play something like a Rejuvenating Smash.
He wanted a peak. I think he wanted something like, I'm just going to let this lob this. This is a lob attack. This is the softball.
And we do have access to draw, right? We have Hacker Extraordinaire. We have the Sides Bros. And maybe that is the play. You ready?
And we wanted Rodan.
Because our opponent, or River, went to 10, exactly. Yep. Hacker actually does force your opponent into deadlock. And unless their next enhance is getting rid of a foundation, we could actually still press this deadlock stun 3.
That is true. We might have to, like, I would go immediately minus, we minus 2 speed.
Like this one. This is also a way to get a foundation out of our stage if that play ends up occurring. But because the card's been removed, plus 2 more damage from the Tri-Gravity Beam, we've already used Rodan to give it a couple more stats. We're going to go ahead and press these Incubatings. Whatever we want to get rid of. Doesn't really matter.
Yep. -1, +1.
And we're just looking for that bonus damage here from the Science Bros response. And now all of a sudden this Tri-Gravity Beam is for 9 damage.
Gonna go for that block.
Mid-block here. This one, I think, is the timely counterattack.
Yes.
Which, by the way, for everybody at home, another interesting tool on why people have started playing this in not just Pinkasa, but in a lot of decks in general. This has Breaker 3 on it.
Sure does.
Yeah, they're going to basically try and deter as much of a turn here from Jacob, especially if the next card you want to play is something like a Rejuvenating Smash. You're going to pay for it.
Yep. I would not want, like, look at this. Jacob's counting up here. He's like, what can I, how much can I play here?
I like how we've postured. Yeah, like, I am dedicated to committing these 4 foundations here with the Breaker to play this card. I love how, at least to me, visually, you're very much saying, no, I think I am worth, or it is worth giving up these specific 4 foundations. We set them aside, and you feel very comfortable by still having, double Aaron Sidestep, the 1 more Fateful, and the 2 Incubatings, and we're going to draw 2 more cards. We're going to gain 2 more health, and we're going to try and still present lethal, because remember, this one also has EX on it.
That sure does.
Won't get to 15 damage necessarily by itself, but it's going to be a scary situation for River to feel like they might have to take this one. We do have an answer to keywords, of course. The Tattered Costume is an answer to keyword abilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the line here, River, I think River's just got to, like, I think this is the attack we eat. I think this is the one that's like, hey, I'm gonna have to accept this. Like, if you're gonna get this to 8, 9 damage, and then we just accept it and be like, all right, I gotta block everything else from here. Hopefully, maybe I can set up another breaker line.
Yeah, and even if the X comes through, maybe you feel better about holding on to that tattered custom if you were just going to decide to take it anyway. Save it for something like canceling a barrier shield or a Genkai's guidance that we have already seen Jacob check this game.
Or just cancel the breaker.
That also works too.
Like,
Yeah.
like,
Any deterrent, right,
Yeah.
that you're trying to do here as this defensive deck. But hey, speaking of, how about repeated smash, a punch, and so is rejuvenating smash. So we talked about how the mileage of this card does end up going up, and that's probably why Jacob felt more comfortable about. Oh, a Genkai's guidance of River's Own here. It does have the air symbol. Says that we can destroy 3 of these foundations, play this, and there's not currently an answer on the board for Jacob to deal with this, and it's going to slow down that ability that would potentially ready 2 foundations for Jacob. This is a great play.
Yeah. This is what we... yeah, because he's like, all right, I'll pass the check. And you're like, no. Okay, cool. Like, that's one of the ones where I would have loved to have seen a check. He checks a 3 on the 7, and you're like, all right, I'm going to ready Q. He's like, no.
It's devastating, right?
Yeah.
And that itself is going to spell the end of Jacob's turn and only a build 1 afterwards, respecting any deadlock game of River's Own. And it is that Mikasa defeats the female, which basically gives us an Omni block. But again, we committed quite a few foundations. This is River's time to shine. And although we had to sacrifice 3 foundations to play the ability on that Genkai's guidance, we can do a lot with a little in this character.
I think if his hand is aggressive enough, we're going to target commit. I think we target commit one of the incubatings. I think that, or it's either the incubating or the Mikasa defeats.
Yeah, because we have the fire symbol, we are able to play these wonderful promo, as you can see in the stage, killing the old ways.
Looks like we decided not.
We
to
said
kill
no,
him.
so I pulled it up for no reason.
Yeah.
But you're right, we do have a first form. It's just a flip selective committal of anything of your choice. And I would think, cards like those Aaron sidesteps, the incubatings, I think are real answers. But instead, we've got this Hunter's Ally coming in here, and unless there is a cancel for the Blitz or the ability of itself, we're going to be able to build in any ally card from our discard pile, looking for the Toad once again. And there he is. Genghis Frog is back on the board with the I forgot the ooze treatment.
The ooze treatment.
The ooze treatment.
Yeah, he's come. This is a good decision here, which is would start pressing damage. Now, Jacob's like, hey, I'm coming in. It's really, we're looking for how many extra cards can we draw here.
Yeah, because it's great that Mikasa has the ability to scale the speed, but at the end of the day, discard 1 card is a real cost unless you can constantly refill your hand. And building cards like Genghis Frog is great for you to give damage and maybe potentially play less attacks, but you still have to have the attacks to play.
Yep.
Getting some minus speed here.
Not a lot. But
Not a lot, yeah. That, at least for the block mod, that's not a very high one. And then also, if we incubate it, it's only -1 more. But the Hunter's Ally here, not the fastest thing in the world because the attacks only get faster later if you're Mikasa, and you have to be pressing that response on play. So this is the easiest one to block, of course, and there it is with that +4 block modifier from a supersonic flight. Easy block, fully done, denying that damage, which means River is not going to be able to draw. This is a crazy cool-looking promo.
This is the alt...
Team up? Or is it
no,
blind?
What's it called? I believe this is the Onslaught.
Whoa.
Scroll up.
Whoa. I was like, Onslaught? I was like, I don't even think we're playing that one.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, we are. Okay, yeah, everybody at home, we're pulling up the Twirling Onslaught. Of course, this is the alternate art version. But yeah, I like this one because it lets you grab a different weapon from your discard pile that you want to play with right now at Blitz speed, right?
Yep.
This is another one of those, AOT 3 cards that it's not a lot of damage, but when you have things like Genghis Frog, 5 base speed goes a long way. It's very much like our own impersonation of World's Weakest Hunter.
Yep. But the best part is we used a Feral Shriek on the discard, so we valued our line here, and
there's that Hunter's Ally going back into our hand that we just cleared off of using Mikasa.
And now we're like, oh, we have. He's like, do you have ally targets? And I see build a foundation. All
Yeah, there's a recuse. The agency trainees that we just saw. I would look for even things like Masho's Concealment. Kiyomi is a great one. That one gets extra foundation mileage or extra draw just by playing the clear game plan.
Yep.
Which
you
is
get 2 activations to do that. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, Kiyomi would be a great one to play. Of course, we're going to end up having to play that Hunter's Ally on a 6. So if anything like difficulty increasers coming from Jacob or check hacks would be nice to be able to pull off here. But remember, if there's things like Breaker, we do have Tattered Costume to deal with that, like you said earlier. But we're going to give some minus speed. Incubating's going off here. Also, the Rodan Enhance. So even though this was a 5 base speed move, and we got 1 extra speed from using Mikasa, very quickly is just going to go to back to 5, and then even lower, depending on how many resources Jacob wants to use.
Yeah, we're going to see what... Yeah, this is definitely the good pressure attack here in the situation. Jacob's got to make... hey, I got to eat this.
Got to take it to the face. Going down to 13. Hunter's Ally coming in here on a 6. Checks a 3, though. But things like incompatible quirks that we have on our stage are going to go a long way, at least for doubling up. But only having those 2. And we also have a wait list, right? Which can also function as a ready for one of these face downs. Getting that Mikasa response on play. Discard 1 card. We're going to get the extra clear off here. And then we are also going to get things moving here with whatever ally we would like to get into our stage.
Yeah, this is another decision of hey, I'm gonna build it. Oh yeah, we're going for it. We're gonna go Kiyomi here.
There's the Kiyomi. Now this again is only gonna work until we clear another card, which means we must have another attack in River's hand, and we also have another card in our hand that we are willing to discard to pay that cost to get that clear going.
Yeah, River's. We're looking at this. We're just gonna start readying up our board like incompatible.
That card's nuts. I think that card is nuts.
Yep.
I won't miss that one.
I will not miss that one.
It's very good. But yeah, so we're looking over here for cards that have been readied. So moving those a little bit separate just to keep them in mind. Of course, Incompatible doesn't actually care if it's been readied over and over again. It can just ready itself. Just to keep those in mind for everybody. But we are continuously still using minus speed on the side of Jacob, going to try and fight against the scaling speed that River gives. But, we saw this in Game 1. How many high attacks will continuously get played? What is going to continue to happen over and over and over again? And when it eventually comes down to the moves that have the most speed, the lethal damage, do we have the right block at the right time? We're even just using these barrier shields to block with because you're staring across the tattered costume. You have to just get it mileage out of the block.
And that's his last barrier shield. He has checked all the other barrier shields.
That's true, especially right here, with the check. So getting that full block, though, goes a long way. And remember, barrier shield does not count towards progressive while it's in the card pool.
Yep.
But it looks like that is going to be it for the attacks over on River's turn. And instead, just getting the Kiyomi and the Genghis Frog down here for setup. We have to survive, though, and only being at 6, it's going to be very scary.
Looks like we do have an update from the other matches in the on the background here. Looks like Ezra has taken down Tamron Cardwell.
There it is.
Crystal Lens moving on.
Crystal Lens moving on to your top 4, which is great. I mean, we've seen Ezra play that Krista deck now, not just here, but in Louisville, and making this top 4 appearance is going to go a long way when it comes to championship points for him. So congratulations to Ezra for moving on. And, maybe we will highlight that one maybe next round, per se.
Who knows?
But we've got this World Weakest Hunter coming in here on the side for Jacob. And again, we saw this have a lot of value in Game 1, but now we are trying to not just use this to get more damage through, but River's only at 6 with these Incubatings and Rodan. This one actually gets up to lethal from the Science Bros procs.
Yep. And look at this. Like, we used Incubating to get back to the Supersonic Flight to get +4 speed and draw a card. Like, we're just like, hey, I'm coming in with this. And we have EX still.
Yeah, are still staring across that tattered costume, but yeah, we can still, at this point, things like Hacker feel a lot better. That we still have access to. We've been banking on this momentum. Now we're up to 8 mid for 6.
I don't know. Yep, we're going to EX once.
This might be the Hacker, or it is the EX. Okay, but because we didn't deal with it, it is going to get canceled, and it's an extra draw for River here, which means we don't have to deal with any more speed, but this is already incredibly fast. Gets the Incompatible Quirks ability, readies it up while removing this foundation, and you can still use it for -2 speed now, as we have done it. But an Aries Smiles half block here.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Doing the math, I think it's completely tapping out for it.
Yep.
And so this is a real decision we have to make, because if this is the only attack you're getting off, maybe
Yep.
you're like, but because of the partial, you're still going to be able to draw the 3 cards from Jacob. There's no way we don't draw a non-attack card to weave in between here, right?
You gotta at least try.
Yeah. Partial coming through here. Still going to take 3.
Draw 3.
Draw 3 cards off of the world's weakest hunter. And yes, the Aries Smile does say that we have to play a non-attack card of our next form and pass, which is really good for stopping things like a Rejuvenating Smash. But I think one more attack is basically going to spell curtains here for River in this game too. But it's okay, because River won game 1. Game 3 is something on the table for both of these players.
We got 50 minutes.
Yeah, we got so much time.
Yeah, and we're just like, hey, we're gonna world weakest hunter here.
Another EX move for us to be playing. We already know that it can get to lethal on its own. It will now get to lethal on half, so that things like that Aries Smile cannot happen again. And so now River is now staring at death in the face. But got to make your opponent go through the motions, right?
Oh yeah.
Always gotta make him do it.
I think we're gonna remove. Yeah, he's just like, yeah. Let's just
There it is. Game 2 going to Rodan for Jacob. That means we've got ourselves a match. And for the first time in this match, River is going to be able to go first on this aggressive machine of a deck.
That's probably the hope he needs here, because he needs Jacob to have that shaky 4 build, like a 7-hand sizer with 8 cards, and they only get a 4 build. And he gets a solid 4 or 5 build. I don't know, like, if Jacob has the line for that, protection enough to protect himself.
Well, sadly, Jacob got paired against the only non-Hizuru's hope. So we are going to have to do a lot of hoping on our own if we want that to end up happening, because this Mikasa Ackerman from set 1 of AOT is putting in a lot of work when it comes to, making Rodan have to have the specific answers at the right time.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're checking. Jacob's looking to look at the sideboard because he's going second now. It's like, hey, do I need to make any adjustments here? And he's like, nope, I think I'm good. Both players are in the I think we're good mode.
Makes sense to me. Moving things along, doing a pile shuffle here over for River, just to make sure that a lot of these attacks, and you see like these, like when you remove cards like Feral Shrieks and stuff like that, you want to make sure they're not stacking, of course. But we're gonna give a good shuffle. We have our wonderful table judge George making sure that we get things going as well. So we're going to give that cut. But Jacob not really reaching into his sideboard at all this entire match, which I think spells a lot for, at least for me, like feels very comfortable at playing against these aggressive centered decks, not needing a ton of tools from the sideboard, even if you grab 1 or 2.
I think he grabbed you grabbed a few cards.
Yeah.
I think he pulled in 2 Latin entering game 2, and he's like, all right, this is what we're going to do. And I think he's just, once again, we're just like, River can race cars to this deck, which is perfectly possible, but he just has to put everything together. We were checking. It looks like
I was doing a bracket update. I see. I think one of our matches of Ryan Levine versus Constantine is going on to game 3, is what it looks like.
Yep.
But I think also their judge is doing a little bit of a consultation over here. So, Ezra over here enjoying a nice morning refreshment. Feeling very good about that win. Moving on to top 4. And in our other match, not really sure on the game state, of course, but we do have Kyle versus Will here. First versus 8th seed right in front of us. And they get to listen to me kind of ramble and talk about them for a little bit. Oh, thank you. That means so much. Wonderful event this weekend. Our players, I think, even a lot on the stakes for a lot of them, whether it's day 2 qualifications for some players, day 1 qualifications, some people trying to break their way into that top 8, getting their trips compensated for.
River comes in second. He's in top 8.
That's true. Yeah, I remember Nick Reagan pulled me aside this morning and was giving me the math breakdown, and I was like, Nick, I did this at dinner last night. Yeah. So I already know how it's
dinner last night.
You don't want to know, and I don't want to say it on stream publicly because I'm disappointed at where we went.
Oh, but I know.
I really wanted to go to Duff's. I was recommended Duff's by.
Are you here? Do you have to leave tonight or?
No. The goal is I'm trying to go to Niagara Falls. If we, I'm doing the first 2 rounds of commentary today. So for finals, I will still be here and watching, but I'm trying to change and get ready and get an Uber ready to go. I'm trying to go and see the sights a little. I've never been here to New York, so. But I'm hoping maybe some nice dinner place tonight, as we're going to have plenty of time
between
this
Niagara
evening.
Falls and back. There's plenty of
Yeah.
options.
But as we get back into our action, Game 3 getting underway with 46
that's-
minutes remaining for these players. River getting a wonderful build 4 to kick things off. Double Ryukyu agency trainees and a Defiant Stance,
Yep.
basically for the first time this match, at least one that we didn't lose right away afterwards.
Look, that is
Those are not. Is
okay.
That, oh, okay.
We pulled a hand together.
I thought we had double Science Bros as well. So,
all right, what do we got here?
So I had production come over and tell me that we're going to Niagara Falls later today, everybody. So, but of course that doesn't not the importance right now, as we're going to try and get this very nice build 4, going for the risk here of build 5 with the 4, but it checks out. Not really a risk. If we check a 3, we can pass it. Build 5 for Jacob. Great setup here, but what explosivity can we see come from River here on this turn 2?
Yeah, this is the. We gotta pressure this. I think this is like I said, this is the turn you pressure.
And this is another great one. We saw this card be the best lead-in attack for River to have success in Game 1. Blind Side Slash, guaranteeing to get some damage through. And when you have cards like Defiant Stance, you're basically committing 0 resources to get that job done.
Yeah, we're getting in for 1. We're getting in for it's like, hey, you can reduce the speed of this all you want. I'm getting in for my 1.
Minus speed coming through.
Yep.
Of course, we have double incubating right off the get-go, which I think is huge for Jacob. We already talked about, obviously, Rodan giving the repeatable. We even still have the Rodan commit ability to figure out what the top 2 cards of our deck are and rearrange them if we so choose. But this very, very slow Blindside Slash is going to even lead like +4 block modifiers that we know this deck plays. Going to be easy to pull off here. But I think this is the same situation as Game 1. Jacob feels comfortable maybe just taking it right to the chin.
Also, an interesting thing is, yeah, we can double incubating everything. This is only this is not EV. Jacob hasn't even played his second turn. That discard pile is very light.
Yeah. When you have double incubating this early on in a game, plus Rodan's ability, you're right. You're not necessarily putting enough cards in your discard pile fast enough to be able to constantly press all of those buttons. You could just run out of a discard pile, which is what you do not.
We're gonna ride some lightning.
Yeah, we get a nice showcase here of some more Guilty Gear cards, as a new weapon has entered the fold for the air symbol with Ride the Lightning. Now, of course, Jacob does not have 6 foundations committed, but this still just say on deal draw card, which is what Mikasa says. Yep. And this nice static ability of being able to stop responsibilities during this attack, making your opponent have to commit an extra foundation, do go a long way. There's randomly just a lot of stuff that the static hits.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you want a breaker? Commit 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Additional costs can get really heavy in this matchup.
If we wanted to response, draw a card off of our Science Bros.
Yep.
Hey, commit a bonus 1.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a solid pressure card in this situation.
It's got good stats, right? 4 min for 5 on a 4 diff feels pretty good. It's got weapon, it's got charge, it's got spell if you're looking for any of those synergies. And again, it's just like doubles up what your character does. And you can choose to use this one ability first. Draw the card from the Ride the Lightning, and then you get to make the decision if you want to maybe commit the additional resource as Mikasa to draw another one. So I think seeing as many cards sequentially in effects goes a long way, right?
Yep. It looks like we're gonna use the sidestep here for -2 speed on top of our abilities. We're going to go for the full block. Yep. And we're going to respond with trainee.
Yeah, so this says the next foundation that River plays this turn will build down automatically, and the 3 diff, like Levi's Relentless Spirit, is probably the best one this deck can build down in the middle of the turn, because once again, this foundation, when you need it to, functions essentially as 4 foundations in a turn.
Yeah, this is...
Love it. I love Ryukyu's agency trainings, man. Yeah, the card's so good.
All right. Now River's got to think. He's like, all right, we did this. We got the build.
Looks like we are getting a little bit of an update in the bracket. I believe your Swiss champ, Kyle, playing Devilgen, has moved on to top 4. So now we
Yep.
have currently a Crystal Lens and a Devil Gin in top 4 right now.
It's gonna be interesting if any of the Mikasa the Mikasa hopes get in there. Like
2 have already lost.
Yeah, 2 down. We got Constantine is over there against Ryan Levine and still going, and then we got a stream match. And look at us, we're gonna keep going.
Yeah, this one is the timely counterattack coming in here for River. Very nice 3-diff that you can play in and weave between. But getting that Mikasa ability, getting that cleared out of the way, being able to figure out how many more attacks we want to continuously play. But regardless, while you are playing this Mikasa ability, you are scaling up this speed onto your attacks eventually when you need it to really matter, especially when you're playing against things like Rodan. But it looks like we're going to end up taking this to the face, going down to 14, getting now extra bonus draws from Mikasa, getting the bonus draws, readying the extra cards in your stage, such as from the Levi's Relentless Spirit. And we have now made another decision here for River. Do we keep pushing the envelope? Do we have any more gas in the tank?
I would keep going. I want him to burn cards. There's cards that Jacob's holding. I want him to play his blocks here.
Yeah, I mean, I think like this is the scariest turn if you're Jacob, right? Depending of like this is the fewest foundations you're gonna have the entire game, right? But it's up to River also how much he wants to extend. And if I'm River, knocking the Rodan deck down to 14 is really nice because that's way less you have to deal with later. Getting some more solid foundations here, getting that incompatible quirks and another Defiant stance, River has set themselves up to have an incredible turn 3 offensive play as well, and it puts more pressure on Jacob to play good defense. And for you to play good defense, how many attacks do you feel like you have to play? But it looks like a second build turn. Actually, how about this Rejuvenating Smash? Checking a 4 is better than checking the 3 here.
Yep.
But it is still not ideal. But the second card, gaining 2, going back up to 16, and drawing 2 more cards. And a military airship is guaranteed to be in your stage.
Yeah. Military airship with this lineup can be detrimental. Because there's just so many options of pickups. It's like, oh, I'll block with this. Like, all right, I'll pick it back up.
Double block mod. It's just being able to play a block twice or clear that progressive. I mean, that's literally one of the few ways we see Rodan. Rodan is usually never struggling to block because of speed numbers.
Yeah.
It is cards in hand and cards in their own card pool that essentially function as more versions of speed. So getting a way to buy back one of those cards, even if it's defensively, makes a lot of sense. But
all the value.
Yeah, we're getting all this value here, and it's so fast, and we're going to start getting all this damage as well from the Incubating plus Science Bros, and we've even used that Botan Enhance, or Botan's Coaching Enhance during this attack, so we're even going to be able to snap a momentum off the attack from the other ability on Rejuvenating Smash.
Yeah, and this is getting into that situation where it's like, okay, how much can he value on this? And that's like, once again, we're just doing the prioritize. Look, we only have 5 cards in discard right now.
Yeah, but trying to get as much damage in as soon as possible. And this is 9 speed already. River has to consider if we want to block it, but no, we're going to take the 8 straight to the face. But still sitting at 15 for Mikasa is going to feel pretty good. And how much more is Jacob trying to push the envelope? And how many of these foundations do we get to play afterwards? And what do we check matters as well.
Oh, yeah. We check some 3s here. This could get scary.
We committed Rodan to pass a check. We did not commit Rodan to guarantee what the cards on top of our deck were. So we have to play around that quite a bit. Checks a 3 here on this 4.
Another Incubating.
Yeah, third Incubating is going to be massive.
But
Considering
it doesn't have, he only has like 10 cards in discard.
Yeah, I mean,
we just failed. We just like, nope, I do not want to commit.
It's not worth it, right? I mean, that card doesn't help us stay alive, and we would have to commit 2 more of our defensive resources to even get that in our stage. 1 foundation by committing 2 is enough to make us lose the game, and we are basically relying on triple incubating in our character for minus speed, and we have 1 free Omni block because of this. Mikasa defeats the female Titan, but remember, cards in River's deck include keywords like stun, so these foundations might even still get, threatened.
Yeah. I think the play here is, we're just going to build. He's like, hey, I don't have the gas.
Yeah, if you don't have enough, just build for 1 more turn. And, Jacob held back a little bit, didn't necessarily build a ton of foundations in their stage either.
Here we go.
So now it is going to be up again, or it's going to be once again for Jacob, how much damage can you get through? River should be at 15, and the life totals haven't updated, at least for them, but 15 is very easy to do when you have triple incubating Science Bros on your side of the board. You are essentially, across Rodan and those cards, you're going to get a bonus 4 damage to all of your attacks.
Now here's the
Oh!
thing. Okay. That's going to help because that's going to fuel. It's like, do you, like, okay, you're just like, I'm going to go down to 3 incubatings and a Science Bros.
I mean, these are the best 4 foundations in Jacob's stage, and it's not close, right?
Yeah.
And again, I think River's deck does still function very well on few foundations. I think the only reason why we built, obviously, was just that we didn't draw attacks. But things like Levi's Relentless Spirit, this Incompatible Quirks, we're even prioritizing here this Ryuki Agency Trainees. And whatever this 4th card is, looks like potentially either another Ryukyu's or this Defiant Stance.
Yep.
These 4 foundations, and the same idea for River, go a long way that you can still put up a strong offensive threat. And if anything, this is telling me that like Jacob is like, I'm trying to play this, get some value, and build out and try and basically swap the axis of I went second this game. I have the stage advantage though.
Yep. The thing is, one wrong check and we're like, the thing is we have Rodan, and Rodan, like, I don't think Rodan's only looking at the top 2 still.
I don't know. We've removed everything, right? I
Yep.
think it's actually just dependent on how many attacks we've checked, right?
Yep.
But yeah,
we're just counting up now. It's like, hey, I'm gonna start eating my discard pile.
Yeah, and even though this unyielding destruction only has 2 base speed, again with Rodan with the Science Bros, we are getting it's up to 6 mid for 10 right now.
Yep.
Just by playing all the enhances that we have access to in our stage. You really feel like you have to block this one. Genghis Frog with a 0 mid block feels really nice to get that done though. And it will end up in our discard pile for things like Hunter's Ally to grab later.
Yep. All
Great
right, we
block.
blocked threat 1. But what about threat number 2?
But how much more can you push the envelope when you also put yourself down to 4 foundations?
Yeah, you could check a 3 here, and because he didn't Rodan. He didn't pick up.
Didn't Rodan. We did not guarantee what was coming.
Nope, we're just going to build.
Yeah, build a couple more foundations. Again, swap the access and dynamic of this game. Have more foundations in the stage, but only 6 doesn't necessarily go a long way to me when you're staring across things like Defiant Stance and Incompatible Quirks and Levi's Relentless Spirit, because those essentially function as, 2-for-1s, 3-for-1s, in the same idea of just Jacob having the raw number of foundations.
Yep. And here we go. We're going to start off.
Blind slide slash, checking a 3, of course, but we have that Levi's Relentless Spirit that as soon as this connects, we can get that foundation back, and the foundation you can commit to draw a card off of for Riverside could just be that Defiant Stance, still have a completely readied stage even after this attack connects.
Going into our stun 1, get that Botons down, which more than fine to happen in this situation. But now here's the thing is, like, you have, I think we're going to prioritize just rely on Rodan because we need the cards to discard to come back.
Yeah.
Like, we want to apply damage to these. Like, we want to try to 1-shot here, or 2-shot on the next turn with Jacob. It's like, I need cards in discard pile to do that.
And we have successful pieces to do that. I think the card I did see in Jacob's hand was a Ice Sword Execution, which alone gets to 10 damage by itself with 1 momentum, and with the combination of the 3 incubatings in our character, would get up to 14 damage. And as long as I'm right about the life total, River should only be at 15, even though it hasn't been updated here. So that 1 attack is almost lethal on its own, but we are getting that response from the Science Bros. After you remove a card, we're going to go ahead and draw another piece, but it is another committed foundation. That is good if you're looking as River. You're like, great, less found, and we're going to commit our character. Yes, you're going to look at the top 4 cards and guarantee what they could end up being.
Those are three attacks.
3 attacks and a Genkai's Guidance, which means our checks are not looking good here.
Because we're probably trying to draw that game. We have to block this. We need to put it like, the problem is we got to get through some bad checks to then be able to probably draw because he has rejuice in hand. Like, we could draw those guys.
Yeah, so basically we have to have one of these cards is the check to play our first block.
Yep.
The second card is the check to play the Rejuvenating Smash, and then those last 2 are the cards that you will be drawing off of that response, assuming everything goes well.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to draw the Genkai's Guidance, it means you have to check 2 3s.
Yep.
If you want to draw those attacks for the backswing, you're giving up the chance to get that Genkai's Guidance, but you're going to check a 5. So with that being said, I think we are reassessing the cards in our hand. We even have a barrier shield. That's another check.
Yep.
So you can like get there's Jacob is in a position where a lot of this order very much matters, not just in general of the game,
He
but
has both.
multiple barrier shield.
Yep.
I think I saw 2 of them as well. But it is just the situation where the however many of these cards end up being used for checks don't necessarily have to be for the blocks. They could be for action cards and other things of the sort. So the order here is crucial on what Jacob thinks is the keys for his success to close this game out and also to stay alive.
Yeah, this is a line here. We'll see what he can decide on. This is I really think we're just checking everything. We're like, hey, we gotta make this is probably my final. This may or may not be his final turn if this how this goes.
I think we're using the enhance here. Or no, that was just the full block. And
Yep.
we did air and sidestep. This will still deal 1. So that was our 1 check. With the air and sidestep, remember, enhance, we are going to draw one of those cards that we stacked on top as well. It looks like we were fine getting rid of one of these rejuvenating smashes on top of our deck. It will still deal the damage. River will get all of their responses. And also because it was blocked, we can use this Ryukyu Agency trainees to then accelerate our stage a little bit more after being reset down to 4.
And let's see if we have something good here. That's
Pressing
not
the
bad.
advantage
That's
for
extra draw card.
bonus draw when you use a clear, which could happen right here, of course, is really nice, but not necessarily like the most ideal foundation. But a second blind side slash is nice, not just for the stun, but again, another guaranteed attack that will deal damage.
Yeah, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna clear, pitch for the clear that, and ooh,
It was a Hunter's Ally, I believe.
yes, that's good. That's what we need here.
And we have to always keep in mind too that like this is Mikasa's response on plays. If something like that Genkai's Guidance was added to Jacob's hand based off of what he decided to stack, all of these things that River is doing at the response on play timing is all free game for him, for them. But now there is still a window that if Jacob doesn't want to deal with this attack, we could play something like a Genkai's Guidance. But if you play the Genkai's Guidance now, it functions as your second card, which means blocking with the Rejuvenating Smash is not the same mileage. But then you're still in this other tough situation. If you half block this Blindside Slash, you're taking a little bit more damage. It's only 1 more, but like it's still, when it comes to the margins of this game, you want to be at as much life as you can, but you would take the 2, you would gain the 2, essentially not netting anything there, but just drawing those cards off the top of your deck. And if Jacob is in a situation this turn that he does have to use the Genkai's Guidance, we're only going to have 3 foundations going back into his turn.
Yeah.
Stun that face down, that air and sidestep that we used earlier.
Like this is starting to get into like, and that's like here's the thing: is gain that Hunter's Ally he just drew. He just got to check well on that.
Yeah,
that's what he's hoping for.
I mean, it's the aggro deck. You got to typically check well.
I know.
In general.
I mean, but we're still incubating this. We're like, all right, we're gonna incubate down. We need
use the resources. You know what you want to be playing here as Jacob as your next block. Here comes that Rejuvenating Smash. Checks the 3 that we knew was going to be there, which means I think we are going to be drawing. We drew that Genkai's Guidance, and I believe that was the Ascend to Battle, which we now know is in Jacob's hand. Half block. This will connect, but we will gain to the draw 2, of course. And we still have access to things like that military airship to either rebuy this Rejuvenating Smash or this Barrier Shield if we also choose.
Yeah. I think we're going to respond draw.
Yeah, did deal.
Yep. That's the one. That's a good choice to do with the Incompatible Cork here. And
Hunter's Ally on a 6. Checks the 5. That's a good one if you are looking for River to take down this game 3. Commits this face down, and we can only imagine will get removed with this Incompatible Quirks as long as we make it to the enhanced step. And now this response on play will get played through. Is there potentially a response from Jacob?
I want Jacob to blow up 3 foundations all day.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy back and forth, right? Like, is that what you want to see have happen here? But I think we are moving on to the Blitz. It looks like as we go to the enhanced step, Genghis Frog, once again for the 3rd time this match, has hit the stage.
Yep. And we're going to ready up our Cork.
Yeah, +3 damage to all of our moves now for the rest of this turn. Going to help to chew through the remaining 15 that we have to get through. The military airships coming through here, though, picking up that barrier shield. even though it didn't count as progressive, the ability on that card is so powerful that we're going to see right here being used as the enhance. Set this attack speed down to 0, and the next card that Jacob will play will gain Breaker 2.
Mm-hmm. I think they're just kind of look at. But once again, we're just the finite resources Jacob's discard pile currently. We're just like we're burning it down, and I think we're back to like sub 5 cards.
Which is fine though. I mean, like as long as we keep making checks, we keep playing more action. You know, these barrier shields for the enhances, getting this easily blocked.
On a 5.
Yeah. But it's at negative a million speed. It's going to check, basically regardless if that was a 3 or not. Fully blocked, no damage done, and still plenty of resources on Jacob's side. And now River is slowly losing resources of their own. How many more attacks do we have? We have to play through Breaker 2.
Yeah, we have to play for Breaker 2 here. But especially for... We could... maybe we got a timely? Nope, we're going to... Ooh.
Violent Animus Shot would be on a 5. -2 to our check. 3, 4, 5. It'd be commit 2 foundations. We checked a 4.
2.
So yeah, checked a 2. It's commit all of our foundations now for this Violent Animus Shot. And you do get the priority of a response on play here as River. But if you pass that response up, then Jacob could be like, wow, you're completely tapped out and you didn't clear a card out of your card pool. Yeah, I'm more than happy to play this Genkai's maybe. You still have +1 progressive. What are you going to do about it, basically?
I think he's verifying timings and stuff like that.
Hey, is this response on play? Are you pressing the button? And I think River is not going to do it. We'll find out. Pitching a Genkai's Guidance of their own. Gets the clear. I think this is the third one. The second one of the turn. Blindside. Did we play 2? Blindside, and then the Hunters. So 3. Yep. It'll get +3 speed, plus the 3 damage from the Genkai's. And we have moved on to the enhanced step. So we are going to remove another one of these foundations and ready this incompatible quirks. Just keeping track of cards that have been readied this turn.
Yep.
That matters for things like Kiyomi.
Yes.
If that ever hits the stage. So that is why they're keeping track of that for everybody at home. And then we are on this, this Violent Animus Shot. And, the barrier shield has been used by Jacob, but we still have all this other minus speed.
We have another barrier shield.
And it looks like that is the enhance that's going to be going off right now, setting the speed back to 0 on this. And another Breaker 2 could be coming through here. The question is, for me, is do we have another full block? And I believe we do have that high. Even more minus. I mean, that's the best part about Barrier Shield in this character, right? Set it to 0, and then you still can use all the other resources for minus speed. Put it down to -2, 3, 4 speed.
You have to high block this. Like, I don't think he has a high block.
Oh, I guess you're right. I thought I did see one, but even if it ends up being a partial, the Breaker 2 I think is enough to feel comfortable. But that damage proc will go through on this Violent Animus
We could lose our
Genkai's or an attack that we were wanting to use to end the game with. It could be scary. And if we end up blocking with an attack, I think that is send to battle.
Yep. So it's a +0. Yep. +0.
Is it a high block?
I thought a send was a mid.
I don't even know.
It's been a minute.
It's also only a 1. It is a high block. I was right. Okay. Yeah, so it ended up going through. Full block, that's what I thought. I was like, I think we have a high block. So full block there, and the Breaker 2, of course, which makes me feel like this can only be the end of River's turn.
Yep. We're counting the discard pile. We're like, how many
cards you got? I mean, if Jacob loses if we cycle, right? But I don't think Jacob's game plan is the game is not going to last that long. We have to use these resources as they hit our discard pile because we're using things like incubating and our character. But the double Breaker stop here is basically the best defensive line you can ask if you're Jacob, with the rejuvenating smash and only like the 3 damage we've taken across this turn, still being at a healthy 15, even with like a let's say there's a team up.
Yep.
Okay. Even if there's a team up, it's on a 5. We would have to ride the lightning. If it's on a 5, we'd have to check well, tap completely out. We checked a 3 on this 5, which is tap out, which means we don't get to use Mikasa's responsibility.
Yep.
This Ride the Lightning will only draw us 1 card on damage dealt. It comes in with the 3 damage, which is great. Incompatible quirks will have the ability to ready itself.
He's like, I would like to respond.
Yeah, I was like, we're on responses on play. Obviously, I don't have any because I'm tapped out. Do you have any?
Yep.
And the question here for Jacob is that if he does use something, man, I thought the Genkai's Guidance was in our hand, but I guess we
It
did.
is.
Oh, there it is.
It
It's
is.
hiding in the back. Okay. So if we end up using that, we just put our own stage in detriment of trying to close this game out.
Yep.
But I think you let this one go. You have a mid block.
He's deciding. It's like, how many attacks are gone? I think we're counting it. We're doing. He's like, yep, he is doing math. He's like, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, so 4 mid for 8 on this Ride the Lightning. We're going to go ahead and remove this foundation, ready up the incompatible quirks. We are going to press our Rodent Enhance. We're going to press these incubatings. We're going to exchange speed. Remember, again, we tapped out. We can't use the Mikasa response. It is just a base for mid. But now with all the minus speed coming through, any mid block on the side of Jacob is going to be able to block it. And then, like, what else can you do now? Because the only readied card on River's stage is that incompatible quirks, and we still have 2 cards in our card pool. So another full block coming in here, even if it was something like a team up. The point I was trying to get at is that we've cleared 3 cards now,
only
4
3 cards.
cards.
I think we cleared 3.
So 6 damage onto our 3 damage, puts the other 6. It only gets up to 12.
Yeah.
It's not lethal, and because Mikasa's committed, you can't give it any bonus speed. Jacob could just find a way to block it, even with 4 cards in the card pool.
Yep.
It's very.
River is valiant. Is in a valiant effort situation. He's like, hey, I'm gonna push you around. Like, it just. Baby Jake is burned through so much things. You could draw 1 attack, and it's like, but maybe all he needs is 1 attack though.
Yeah. Remember, also the military airship has been used defensively.
Yep.
Not going to have access to that, at least as like a way to buy back an attack. Of course, we know Jacob has an Ice Sword Execution, which is representing basically lethal almost on its own.
Yeah. Basically 13 damage.
Yeah, and so
with on board.
15, I think. Yeah.
5, 10, 14. Right, because it's a 5
Yeah,
out of 5.
sorry, yes, 14.
5 from the bone from its freeze ability.
And then our 4 removes. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. So 14, and I believe, again, unless I'm just wrong about life totals, but I'm pretty sure we've already hit with a rejuvenating smash. I'm pretty sure River's at 15 this game.
Yeah.
And it looks like that is going to be
River's
the end of River's turn, only keeping the 1 card in hand, only 2 foundations in stage, only 1 of which is ready. Passing back to Jacob. Going to get a review here, too.
You know what I would do?
Review the Genkais?
No, I'd play the Genkais.
Oh, we're getting rid of that last card in the
Just feel
hand?
like free hit and just call it a free and just like
That
hey.
is pretty smart, but in case, River has a Genkais of their own, but it is being like, hey, I think if you're River, you're like, wow, you had a Genkais as well.
Got 3 attacks.
Double Ice Sword Execution, I think, can only be curtains for this. Although it's going to get that, hey, I'm going to tap down this incompatible quirks. And yes, it could ready itself, but you do get another foundation out of River's stage, even for that cost. So even checking the 3 here is not too bad. And we have plenty of momentum to make this work. And like you said, even committing one of these incubatings, damage I don't think is going to be the struggle.
No. Because now we're going to just start freezing up the board and be like, okay, what do you got?
Very quickly here, Jacob going to go through the motions. Make sure not to overextend, of course. You don't want to, like, fall into a threat where, like, your only other option here is, like, you play another attack and you get Genkais under. Or I guess we can't get Genkais. We're only staring across 2 foundations.
That's all 5 checks.
That's great if you're just trying to pass checks. He goes, the order of this does not matter. Spend a momentum off the Ice Sword Execution. Freeze the Levi's Relentless. Put this Supersonic Flight on top of our discard pile for a bonus draw, but I don't even think you care about it, right? Because you want to check these 5s.
He was won't respond, but he was like, yep, +4 speed. +5 speed, +1 damage.
That's right. Are going to take the draw, though. Take that Aaron sidestep on top of our hand, and all of a sudden I think we are very quickly approaching the end of this match. Still have our other top 8 match still being played right now as I'm looking over at them.
They're at like 15. They're like sub 15 minutes.
I got about 16 minutes left as we all kind of started roughly at the same time. Ice Sword Execution hitting, knocking River down to 2.
Yep.
As the second Ice Sword Execution gets played here on a 6. Checks a 5. Things like Genkai's Guidance aren't even playable for River.
Yep.
We'd have to have some crazy miracle block here. Plus more speed, plus more damage.
Yep.
as we
Coming already.
remove our last foundation name, and
There it
there's the fist
is.
bump. Game 3 and the match going to
Jacob.
Jacob Hiot on Rodan, moving on to top 4.
So currently, 3 of the 4 high seeds have moved on. All of the top 4 uniques of all 3 of them have moved on so far.
Yeah, we still have to answer that question of will a Mikasa advance to top 4, but currently 3 of them have been eliminated. Congratulations, River, though, of course, on the top 8 finish with a character that I think people always talk about in like murmurs, but you know, when you think like ponies existing, but I guess post errata, maybe Mikasa is the kind of queen of this aggressive game plan of clearing cards, playing a bunch of attacks as we can. As it, of course, it led to the success of River getting to this top 8.
Exactly.
But Rodan continuing to prove their dominance here, now moving on to top 4 here for Buffalo. And like you said, sharing space now with a Devil Jin and a
Ezra.
Krista Lens.
On Ezra, yeah.
And then the last spot is yet to be claimed here, either from Mikasa Hizuru's Hope or a Hawks.
Yeah, that's a interesting position here. I wonder where we're gonna go here. Like you and Sam are gonna be doing the top 4, and there's gonna be some interesting matches for that top 4.
Yeah, I'm excited for it to happen. I think it's still anyone's game.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, if we want to go to the big picture, Brian might send us over to like an updated bracket here in a little bit, but I think the biggest thing to note here is, like you said, Mikasa Hizuru's Hope was represented on our pie chart or on our character breakdown, the most represented character here. But Devil Jin, to me, was still the character, the talk of the town, and that character is surviving and beat a Mikasa Hizuru's Hope, which is, at least based off of what people are saying, one of the answers to that character in the format. So there's a world where Devil Jin moves on as probably still the tournament favorite. Remember, Kyle's also your Swiss champ. He's going to go first all day if he continues progressing through the tournament. And I also think Kyle coming into this tournament, if he wins the whole thing, he went from basically, and I'll look it up, but I think Kyle started this tournament with basically not even having a qualification for day 1 of Worlds and could potentially go all the way and lock in a day 2 qualification for Worlds on the last possible chance of the year.
Why not?
Swiss champ, Devil Jin, talk of the town, and Hizuru's Hope not exactly getting the results that I think a lot of people anticipated, even based off of Glasgow. That just happened, and we saw that character get a bunch of top cuts as well. But it is still anyone's game. I think what we're going to do is we're going to cut away to a break. There is only about 12 more minutes left in our final match for top 8. We will, of course, have the result for you because the tournament must go on. But, Jesse, you're going to be back for finals.
Sure will.
So we're going to send you away. Don't go anywhere. We have the rest of your Buffalo top cuts coming here shortly.
See you soon.
We're here at the Buffalo Regional. It's the end of round 2. We're going to be asking some players what's going on today. All right, we're here. What's your name?
Paul Butler.
Paul, what's your favorite UniVersus card?
I gotta say, it has to be Pale Rider. I love the way that Pale Rider lets you clear cards from your card pool and just continue attacking your opponent. I really love it in Ryu too, because you can stack your check, stack a 6, and keep playing Pale Riders. It's such a cool card, man.
Sick. We're here at the end of round 2, though. How's your day going? What's your Swiss record?
Pretty good. I'm 1-1 right now. I lost round 1 because I miscalculated a little bit of damage and left my rival at 1. But then round 2, I killed a Devil Jin in 20 minutes. Channeled my inner Caden, Kill him on 2.
What character are you playing?
I'm playing Bert 2 on Death today.
Berthold Living Weapon. Okay,
Yes,
that's a
sir.
character we haven't seen in a minute. Let me ask you this. If you could have any intellectual property for UniVersus, what would it be?
It's got to be Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, I got to say. That was my first anime. I grew up watching it. And the characters just fit so well in UniVersus, I think.
Full Metal Brotherhood's a great answer. We'll be back here at the Buffalo Regional with more players. We're here with former world champion Nick Reagan. Nick, what are you playing in today's event?
I'm playing myself.
As you should, as you should. We're here at the end of round 2. What's your record today?
2-0.
2-0. Nice, nice. And if you could have any intellectual property in UniVersus, what would it be?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Recently, I started playing Expedition 33. I think that would be sick.
Expedition 30 should have won. It should have won Game of the Year, right?
It did win Game of the Year.
Oh, it did? I thought everyone was mad about that.
No, it was Silksong they were mad about.
Oh, that should have won Game of the Year.
Yes.
Okay, those are 2 great IPs. I would love
I would
to
like
see
either.
Silksong.
I'd take Hollow Knight too,
That would be pretty good. Shovel Knight, all the nights.
Oh, yeah.
We could have all the nights. The last question I have for you, I got thrown off because I thought Expedition 33 didn't win. If there was one card that you had to pick to be your favorite UniVersus card, what is it?
Well, I mean, it's Remulus.
Remulus? Okay, Remulus 1 or 2. You got to pick
Remulus
one.
1. Obviously.
Okay.
You start on 1.
Remulus 1. Got it. All right, we'll be back here with more players at the Buffalo Regional. We're back here at the end of round 2. Why don't you introduce yourself to the fans at home?
Hi, I'm Sridhar Ayala. I'm from the Trading Post, the team, and the store.
Awesome stuff. We're here at the end of round 2. Are you playing in the event today? I think you're not, right?
I was supposed to play, but we pulled an audible. I'm going to do content for the team, and Tam Cardwell subbed in, playing Mikasa instead of my Devil Jin. We figured there were enough Devil Jins in the tournament.
That's a pretty good sub, though. If you had to pick one, Tamron Cardwell is up there. So let me ask you, since I can't ask you about your record for today, and I can't ask you about what you're playing for today, let me ask you, what's your favorite UniVersus card?
My favorite UniVersus card has to be Coffee Samba.
In retro.
I just got into retro. I started in Turtles. So every time I go down the retro path, I keep finding cards that I can't believe existed. And I want to play Coffee Samba in every deck I can. So
Coffee Samba is a good one. And it's cold out here, so a hot cup of coffee would be pretty nice here in Buffalo.
I could use one right about now.
Let me ask you this. If there was any intellectual property you could have in UniVersus, what would it be?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think Pie in the Sky, if I could have anything, I'm a Star Trek.
Anything you want.
I'm a Star Trek guy. If I could get the Star Trek universe, I know it's coming to Magic, but if we could get it into UniVersus, that would be amazing. I'll also throw in a sub one in the Cowboy Bebop vein. I would love to have Samurai Champloo.
Okay.
As a nice follow-up with the art style. I think it would fit really well within the space.
I'm a huge fan of Samurai Champloo. We already got lower decks. You might have a doorway in with more Star Trek, but I like those picks. We'll be back here with more players real soon. We're here at the end of round 2 with another player in Buffalo. Why don't you introduce yourself for the fans at home?
Hello, I'm Carson Panos, part of Team Let's Talk UVS.
Team Let's Talk UVS still alive and kicking. Tell us, what's your record for today and what character are you playing?
Fortunately, 1 run right now, and I'm playing Rodan on the air symbol.
Okay, Rodan air symbol. That's my favorite symbol. I like Rodan on the air symbol. Let me ask you, what's your favorite UniVersus card?
Shoto Todoroki 1.
Oh, Todoroki 1. Okay, technically retro now. We've had a couple of retro answers
We're
now.
talking standard, then I guess I'd say I like the Breaker 3 card.
Okay.
The attack. I forgot what its name is, but I love that card.
There's a couple of them. Big Fist Bash is one of them.
Not that one. The other one that's like a 3 low for 3. It gets +1/+1/+1/+1 from static effects.
Okay.
It's a
I know
good one. It's a good one.
It goes in Rodan. It's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
air version. Okay. And then let me ask you, if there's any intellectual property you could have in UniVersus, what would it be?
Hajime no Ippo.
Okay, Hajime no Ippo.
Challenger deck.
I'll have to go look up that one. That one I'm not familiar with.
It's a boxing anime. It's really good.
That makes sense. Okay, I probably am familiar with it then, and I just don't speak that good of Japanese. But we'll be back shortly with more players here in Buffalo.
See ya.
We're back here at the end of round 2 at the Buffalo Regional. I've got another player for you. Why don't you introduce yourself to the fans at home?
Yeah, my name's Ezra. I'm with Level Up Games. It's a game store out in Hastings, Minnesota.
Awesome. Level Up Games representing. What's your record in the tournament today?
Currently, I'm 1 win, 0 losses, 1 tie.
Okay, not bad, not bad. 0 losses is where we want to be. What character are you playing?
I'm playing Krista.
Krista, which Krista? Krista or Historia?
Krista, the discard Krista.
Okay,
Six
Krista
times,
Lens.
yeah.
Got it. I had one person tell me Krista, but they were talking about Historia
Oh,
earlier,
okay.
so I got to make sure now. So you're in the right bracket. You've got no losses. You're playing Krista. What's your favorite UniVersus card, though?
My favorite UniVersus card. Oh, actually, I don't play this card, so this is a little bit funny. But the just released Ocean Buddies, love that card.
Ooh, okay. Ocean Buddies is sick. A lot of cool combos you can do. A lot of good defense you can have. I'm a big fan of that one. Let me ask you this. If you could get any intellectual property in UniVersus, what would it be?
Oh, that is a tough one, because previously my answer would have been Guilty Gear, but y'all got that one.
We
so
got that one. If you had a fantasy pick, though, what would it be?
Let's see, fantasy pick. On spot here. Sorry, I can't think of anything currently.
That's fine. That's all right. We're here at Buffalo. We're going to have another player for you real shortly. We're here at the end of round 2. I've got another player for you guys. How about you introduce yourself to the fans at home?
EJ Lucia.
EJ, I got to ask you, how are you doing in today's tournament?
0-1-1. First round was against a buddy of mine. Anime pushed each other to our limits, but second round lost to an Innsmouth deck of all things. When's the last time you heard somebody playing that?
Only when Ocean Buddies was previewed. So
Yeah,
only that.
It was an Ocean Buddies. They cracked the code on that, I think.
Awesome stuff, but not where we want to be, unfortunately. So let's talk about something you do like. What's your favorite UniVersus card?
I might get hate for this, but probably City Rampage.
Ooh, okay. I do know some City Rampage haters, but I think it's got more fans than haters. And then let me ask you, if there was any intellectual property you could have in UniVersus, what would it be?
Ruby.
Okay, we got a Ruby enjoyer. Nice. And then I forgot to ask at the beginning, what character are you playing in today's tournament?
I'm on Godzilla.
Okay,
Lost it last time. Figured I'd run it back.
Godzilla, City Rampage enjoyer. It makes sense to me.
Big dumb stuff.
Well, good luck with the rest of your tournament. We'll be back here with more players for you real shortly. Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the end of round 2 in Buffalo, and I've got another, I guess, judge for you, not a player. How about you introduce yourself to the fans at home?
My name is George Ringel. I've been judging the game for the past year. I got second in Atlanta earlier this year, so that's pretty cool.
Are you representing any team even though you're not playing?
I am part of Let's Talk UVS, but as a judge, I am not biased to anybody.
Fair enough. I guess I can't ask you how your record's doing, but I can ask you, if you were playing in this event, what deck would you be playing?
Devil Jin.
Devil Jin. Okay, a Devil Jin enjoyer. That's our first one today. Let me ask you this. What's your favorite UniVersus card?
A little weird, but it's Heroic Clash.
Ooh,
Heroic Clash is my favorite card in the game.
Okay, got a one-check enthusiast. Nice. That's the second one-check we've had today.
Nice.
All right, and then let me ask you this finally. If there was any intellectual property you could have in UniVersus, what would it be?
Dragon Ball Z.
Ooh, a classic, an absolute classic. Well, we're going to be back here with more players for you in just a little bit. Please don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, UniVersus players. I'm Barrett Bryant, once again joined with Sam Tate for the last time this weekend, at least me with you, as of course you will be moving on and doing the finals afterwards. But we had an explosive top 8 that finalized after the end of the last round, and I got to ask you, Sam, because I was talking to Jesse about how many Mikasas were represented, not necessarily Zero's Hope, but 4 Mikasa character cards in the top 8 here, and there is only 1 left in the tournament. 3 of them eliminated. We just saw, of course, we saw River lose to Jacob, and then also Constantine is the lone Mikasa survivor, now having to go against Jacob, who we got to just saw in that top 8. What do you think? I mean, this was the deck that I think a lot of people we saw have success in Glasgow, most representation here in our top cut, but there's only 1 left.
Well, we see decks like this a lot, right? Typically, it's an aggressive deck. It's one that has some of the best offense. It has some of the best early offense, and they're typically the most consistent aggro decks, but they always seem to peter out once they run into more well-rounded, more defensive-oriented decks in top cuts. It's a tale as old as time. You have a hot run. You have a deck that is almost guaranteed to get you into top 8. But making that deep run really comes down to matchup dependency, where you ended up in Swiss. Being on the opposite side of the bracket, being on the lower end of the bracket can oftentimes be a death sentence for more aggressive decks in certain matchups. On the flip side, though, we're still seeing Devil Jin make a deep run. We still see the 5 hand size aggro of Devil Jin be incredibly consistent. I think it was, top 4 in Glasgow as well?
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. And a lot of people are talking about how Mikasa Zero's Hope is like an answer to that deck. It has so many tools inside of the death symbol, as long with drawing those tools and action cards that can help you defeat things like this Equipment Heist Devil Jin deck. But Kyle Croft overcame that and did defeat William Godby. And if Constantine ends up winning his match, he'll have to fight another one. So it's not exactly over for that. But the storyline is saying that Kyle, at least, your Swiss champ as Devil Jin, isn't afraid of his Zero's Hope. Of course, Ezra Miller, that he's going to be going against in this top 4, who has brought Krista not only to this event again, but to Louisville for a top cut appearance, and now moving on as well, defeating Tamara Cardwell in top 8 to make this appearance, and that is going to be our feature match going into this top 4. The fact of the matter is, there were 4 Mikasas, regardless of what version, and there were 4 non-Mikasas. And the non-Mikasas are in the running to make an appearance in finals, no matter what, even based off of the result of this match.
Yeah, and I think this matchup right here, Devil Jin versus Crystal Lens, is going to be a nightmare for sequencing. These are 2 characters that want to mess with the top card of their own deck.
Yep.
And while Krista can mess with the top card of the rival's deck, the timing at which we typically see Devil Jin stack the top of his own deck is outside of the enhanced step. So while Krista can typically sequence things, hopefully around things like card draw and self-mill effects to make sure that you check poorly, not only is that something that Devil Jin's already trying to do, but when you prevent him from doing so, he can oftentimes during the damage step undo all of that hard work. So I'm going to probably assume that we might be focusing more on trying to stop specific draw abilities. However, most of those abilities are also at response speed when we see these Devil Jin decks, or at form speed.
I actually got stopped in between this, and they're like, wow, you're gonna put Devil Jin Krista on the stream, and I go, yeah, I think we are, because we haven't really showcased Ezra playing in this tournament already, or Krista. There was actually quite a few people that brought Krista to this event, right? And Devil Jin, Talk of the Town. I said, yeah, we've got a battle of chaos characters, really duking it out. And you bring up a good point. They're like, man, how do you feel about that matchup? And I go, well, if part of the strategy of a Krista deck is like stacking 3s on top of your opponent's deck, and especially with Ezra's version here, we know he's playing Unyielding Destruction, as we see on top of the discard pile, setting your opponent down on resources. But I go, but doesn't Devil Jin want to check an attack?
Right.
So, is that a real counterplay here that would work well in this matchup? But at the end of the day, I'm excited to see, like you said, the sequencing and what is going to unfold for this matchup to work in either of these players' favor. Of course, Kyle is our Swiss champ, went first, got a solid build 4, and one of those cards being that Father's Sin to get even more mill into your discard pile. Cards being options, we see a Camouflage counter already hitting the discard pile to shove in with Devil Jin as we lead things off with the Superfly Stomp. But Ezra has plenty of blocks. Because we get to go second, having that review at the beginning of the game immediately starts generating some of these wall counters.
Yeah, and it's pretty tough to play defense against Devil Jin because typically you want to block early attacks and force your rival to commit resources to continue to attack you. As we see here, we've got 2 cards committed on Devil Jin's side already on the second attack played this turn. However, the damage goes up as Devil Jin progresses. Devil Jin can add an attack from his discard pile to his card pool to get +1 damage for every attack that is now in the card pool. So you can assume that pretty much every attack that Devil Jin plays, he's going to add +2, then +4, then +6. Sometimes that number gets boosted by, responses that add attacks to our card pool, other effects, things like that. So by the time we play our third attack this turn, it's going to be probably double the damage of the move that we blocked to begin this string.
And not on top of that, I know everyone's talking about, equipment heist, talk of the town. We talked about runaway a lot yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
and,
this is huge in this matchup.
Yeah, not allowing damage to connect, which we see the double camouflage counter already in the card pool due to the setup that Superfly Stomps can provide for this deck of getting the specific attack cards you want in your discard pile for Devil Jin to add into your card pool for these card pool responses. But Ezra says, no, your attack will not deal any more damage. I will add a non-attack card into your card pool because it was the top card of your discard pile. So you are not getting extra stats from me, and I will still make your turn harder, and you will still not be able to use the responses on these camouflage counters. It's perfect play against what this deck is trying to do.
Yeah, and we see the inspiring song singing there. Kyle maybe kicking himself now for not trying to activate that ability in advance. Potentially with +1 to the check, it wouldn't be so scary to try and play another 4 difficulty card on what would have ended up being a 9. But if we checked a 6, we could potentially still pass it. If we checked an attack, things would have been even better, but we couldn't guarantee that because the runaway prevented the camouflage counter, which is probably the greatest synergy piece for Devil Jin. And he's maybe like the only character we've seen in competitive play actually run camouflage counter. So being aware of that specific interaction, denying it throughout the turn, despite the fact that double Superfly Stomp set us up for our discard pile for the rest of the game, was really heads up by Ezra to know low blocks are the zone I have to worry about. We haven't even talked about the fact that Devil Jin can change the zone if he wants.
Correct.
So being able to scope out that the low zone is the one that gets overloaded. That's where most of the attacks begin anyways. That's where Devil Jin's going to try to change his attacks to. And then also having the runaway set up with the card pool clog. Absolutely wonderful stuff. We got out of that turn losing, what?
5.
5?
That's nuts.
That's pretty good.
Against the Devil Jin on the play here. And the only last foundation that Kyle's able to build down is a short-lived promotion, which we did end up checking an attack on that you said we couldn't guarantee.
Right.
Which means we did at least get a use of our once per turn ability from Devil Jin. Passing back now to Ezra, we got a review, goes up to 4 wall counters. Horrifying Realization, form speed, discard another one on both sides, go up to 6, and now the first attack, the bread and butter of why Krista is such a strong deck. This wall, Maria's Might. Blitz, give ourselves one more wall counter, and we get to draw a card for every 2 that we have on a card in the or any other character.
Small correction. We lost 4 from the runaway. We're at 28 out of 32. The health totals are bugged.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, 28 out of 32.
Yeah.
But still, so -4, right? We lost 4 life.
Right.
Which is still, I think, getting away with murder against a Devil Jin on turn 2, right?
Relatively the same, but we're getting the health totals corrected. I think they were just, the inputs were flipped. There we go.
Yep.
I think it said it was 20, it was out of 23, very dyslexic counter today. But the Wall Maria's Might, this is this is Krista's signature card. It's got her face on it.
Wait, that's a wall. That's a wall. What are you talking about?
I was trying to remember the whole copy pasta, but I don't think we have time for that because these players are playing at an excellent pace here. We've got Wall Maria's Might. Typically, now you want to see this later in the game, right? This is something you want to draw 2, 3, 4 cards off of with, tons and tons of counters stacked up. So while it is nice that it's going to give you the 1 and card advantage early in the game is great, I do have to wonder if we weren't better off holding a low block that draws us a card, because this also draws a card when you block with it, which is very, very strong. However, we're seeing Heat Ray coming down here.
One of in this list, by the way.
It's a one of.
So
Oh
one
my
up,
goodness.
and it's another high impact low attack that we're talking about. And we ate the 5 from the Wall Maria's Might for Devil Jin, now going down to 30 here. And this one is going to get even more damage based off of these 5 difficulty moves in our discard pile for every 2, which doesn't just include attacks. It
Right.
includes cards like Runaway that have a difficulty. And if it deals damage, you get Selective Flip 2, which is very good at picking away some of these key foundations in Kyle's stage. And it looks like it is going to connect here because I don't think there's, we have already used, like I said, we're going pretty quick here. Ezra already drew the cards off of the Walmir's Might and then did a stack to stack a 6 check on top to guarantee the safety of this Heat Ray, and then also stacked a card on top of Kyle's deck to dissuade blocking to occur.
Right. Yeah, and Devil Jin not very well known for his ability to block attack. So getting these huge chunks taken out of this 35 health early on, being able to target snipe the best foundations is a great way to get things set up. I don't think Ezra has the resources to continue being aggressive here. Not enough counters with Krista to continue stacking through that attack. So we're going to have to make a blind check here. But with 5 counters ready to go for Devil Jin's turn, almost full health, I think you're in a pretty good spot.
No, absolutely. The fact, again, going all the way back to that last defensive turn, only losing 4 health for the entirety of that interaction. Instead, just going to get some building off of here. Of course, we did use that long-range support after the Heat Ray dealt damage to give us another discard. That's how we got up to the 5. Incredible display. And double don't do this. We're going to let one of them go away, though, as we check a 3 on it. But don't do this being another key piece to start accelerating that wall counter very quickly for this character. And I think was literally the card that I think put this character on the map for a lot of players.
Yeah, and we see getting Master's Pride readied here. Once we get momentum, we get to ready that foundation. One of the few 0 diffs left with text. It ends up having 2 abilities. It's one of what I like to call one of the privileged zeros. There's basically only like 3 left. Botan's coaching, Master's Pride, and in my opinion, Life of Danger kind of gets in there if you're playing, low check attacks.
I like One Man's Inferno.
One Man's Inferno is a very specific tech piece, but yeah, I could call it privileged.
Against Krista.
Against Krista, right? Krista can play it too, right?
Yeah, that's all right.
So yeah, I could throw it in there. It certainly has relevant text, right? So very, very rare to see the Master's Pride outside of a Chaos deck, though. It's kind of nice in the Void decks, but typically you want to see it used in the middle of the turn. But there are a lot of decks now that are willing to play it just as a 0 when the only way to activate it is by taking momentum at the end of the turn. And now we see the massive Mutant Machine played on a 7.
Played as a form, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, you see it more often than you think.
Yeah.
Really, truly, I see it maybe like 1 in 5 massive Mutant Machine games, which is more than I would ever expect to see at Hardcast. We saw Ryan Levine play it turn 2.
Right.
One of the biggest risks I've ever seen on turn 2, 7 diff that doesn't impact the board immediately, doesn't do anything on the rival's turn. So,
but checked a 5 and checked well on the foundations we build. We didn't even get our Devil Jin response, which means not only did we not have attack cards to swing with, but luckily we did draw a card off that Father's Sin, but not really finding any more success, at least on an aggressive turn, for a follow-up here from Kyle. And now, as Ezra leads things off here with a City Rampage, I'm getting a little scared for Devil Jin.
Yeah, it's not looking great. Devil Jin wants to be on the beatdown pretty much 24/7. He doesn't really have anything going on the rival's turn typically. One of the closest to a pure aggro deck that we've seen, despite having wonderful defensive tricks available like Aerial Goblin Bolt, even post-nerf blocking with the +1 mid, having access to it. Maybe you check one during the rival turn, and adding it to your card pool is always such an amazing, amazing tool to have. So there's very tricky things that you can do, but typically the defensive tricks available to Devil Jin don't stand up to things like City Rampage.
Yeah, as we're seeing the bread and butter now for this deck, we've played the Wall Marias, we've drawn a bunch of cards with a Don't Do This in our stage, giving extra instances of stun. And remember, Krista can also give stun while removing more wall counters. So every attack in this deck essentially can have stun too if we wanted to have it, while still generating that value and keeping the wall counters. And this is just the first attack of the turn that still drew us 3 more cards.
Yeah, that's pretty good to get things started. Typically, you got to go Typically, you got to be playing a 2-check if you want to be drawing 3 cards off 1 attack. So, and here it is. Here's that aerial goblin bolt, and we checked an attack to get us another card draw. So, going to be able to cancel a blitz or an enhance, and that includes character abilities.
Correct. Yeah, being able to stop a stack here from the lose 4 wall counters and add a card on top of both of our decks. It stops stun. You know, it stops any sort of powerful, and also a blitz. It can stop the Wall Maria's Might blitz to stop the acceleration of drawing even more cards. But that means our Devil Jin response is now gone for the turn, and so we are going to let the half block go through and then use, I believe, the long range support, discarding 1, drawing a new one, accelerating even more wall counters, as we are now moving on to one of the newer additions to this deck for Ezra. And I know you talked about some Roman cancel tokens that you wanted to see. Steady Aim coming in to play now.
Yeah, Steady Aim. I think this is a pretty underrated attack, I'll be honest with you. I played a little bit of it during my pre-release in characters that don't have any counters, and it's got solid stats for attention attack just in general. The non-block does hold it back, and the text, you know, you do want to have counters on your character to remove, don't get me wrong, but if you can make use of the response on this card, I think it's an excellent addition to most decks. The tension keyword on top of the fact that you can guarantee damage dealt, not just your rival losing health, but actual damage dealt is a huge trigger for so many effects that players don't want to play because they're not reliable. Something like the camouflage counters in the Devil Jin deck.
And we talked about Potemkin Buster a lot yesterday. Tension throw, guaranteed damage dealt. Like a tension throw attack, makes sense why it doesn't have a block on it, right? As long as you can jump through and fulfill that hoop. And Krista, like you said, generating all these wall counters, getting all these extra benefits, and now because of it also getting stunned too, basically, across Krista and the Don't Do This, now Kyle is completely tapped out. Devil Jin also already been used. Every attack that Ezra wants to play this turn is going to deal damage, as now a Walk the Dog coming down. And remember, we still have +2 to all of our checks to play 5 diffs or higher.
Yeah, luckily we've got to cancel for this powerful ability or else it would be certain death here. However, I'm pretty sure Ezra's going to be able to pass one more check after this, and it probably won't matter how much damage is there. So you have to cancel the powerful because it's lethal, but that means you can't cancel the
stack another
after.
attack, draw a card with Krista, or draw the card off the Walk the Dog.
He's got the draw.
Basically has the curtains for Kyle here. Game 1 breaking serve, though, for Ezra on Krista.
Yeah, very tough position to be in for Kyle there. Didn't draw the attacks he wanted to see. Turn 2. Superfly Stomp, really great to get things started for Devil Jin, set up that discard pile early. But in my experience, not an attack you want to be playing multiples of in a turn. Not something you want to be playing without momentum, especially if you're playing it multiples. Playing it multiple times in a turn. And just think, though, if it was any other mid block, if it was any other non-low block than Runaway, that turn 2 we could have seen gone absolutely crazy because Kyle did have another attack in hand. He would have been able to stack 2 camouflage counters, which means he's actually checking a 5 instead of a 3 because the +1 bonus from camouflage counters stacks. When you respond, put it on top of your deck. Your next check to play a card gets +1. Then when he checks it with Devil Jin, he can respond to increase that bonus if he needs to check higher than a 5 and draw the second camouflage counter. And both of those attacks, regardless of what they were going to be swinging for +4 and then +6 damage. So that could have been absolutely game-changing based on how much, how many on damage triggers Devil Jin can activate. So Runaway, huge in this matchup. Is Devil Jin going to be able to interact with it? Are there incredible displays? Maybe we have something in the sideboard that cancels actions. It's really going to come down to can we fix the Runaway problem? Because if you can cancel Runaway, it becomes one of the biggest liabilities on defense. I think we talked about yesterday a play that you almost had to make with Runaway that ended up, spelling ultimate disaster. So that's what I want to see from this game, too. I want to see Devil Jin get that aggression early, get the momentum from it to fuel incredible display to make that turn 3 aggression a lot more consistent, a lot more reliable.
That was beautiful. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I think Kyle can do it. I think we all know, and as we are talking about Devil Jin, we know that this character can unlock and do that potential, even with the crazy defense that we've seen Krista pull off with cards like Runaway. That's literally how Travis Tangerman won Nationals last year,
Right.
by abusing a card like that in conjunction of cards like Struggling with Studies that we don't have anymore. But the fact is that Krista might still be just the best Runaway deck, period, because of also doing the guaranteed stack checking, or putting cards on top of your opponent's deck to check poorly while also shoving cards into their card pool, and at the same time you draw so many cards, so playing high impact actions like this aren't as bad of a detriment in a six-hander like this, because if you draw a bunch of cards, you have the cards to still replenish your stage, play attacks, and still have tricks to go along with them.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. There's so much you can do when you've got the control of both your deck and your rival's deck. I mean, I've seen plays with Krista where they were stacking their deck because they need the top card of their discard pile to be something during their next attack. So the amount of foresight it can take to play this character at times is incredible, and if there's, you talked about the ability to summon that Runaway, if there's any defensive trick I want to have, it's the ability to have my best defensive action pretty much at will. So once you get a couple of those counters stacked up, once you can freely spend the 4 to stack the deck and still have some left over, that's when the deck really shines. That's why this early aggression from Devil Jin is probably more important than ever. I don't think Devil Jin is an aggro deck that relies on early aggression like some of the others. I think it's got a wonderful late game, with the amount of stun you can produce, with the amount of control elements that the Chaos symbol has, and most importantly, the closing factor of Equipment Heist. We didn't even see that card come into play at all. An Equipment Heist could have made a huge difference because of how quickly we can get 2, 3, 4 attacks in our card pool. So, while I think that Devil Jin is by no means a deck that peters out, Krista is certainly a deck that gets stronger as the game goes on.
Absolutely, yeah. And we saw Travis go to multiple long-turn games just to unlock that capability, finding key foundations. Like we said, don't do this. Long-range support, putting in a lot of pressure earlier on to generate those wall counters as quickly as possible. And I kind of want to pick your brain because our players are still shuffling, and of course they're taking their time. That's fine. We had a quick game one. What do you think this Krista looks like as we approach, not necessarily Worlds, but when rotation occurs? Because, we're talking about Runaway a lot, and we lose that one. Are there other defensive tricks that I think a lot of people use the term of action cards that are sitting in this giant pool of competition because you can only have so many slots in your deck dedicated to action cards? What are the high impact ones that your deck can unlock and use very well in the format? If Runaway is the best option for a deck like this and you lose it, is there another card that can fulfill that slot to still make Krista something like this queen of this format, or still have legs going on to the future?
It's tough when you're talking about specifically actions. I think a lot of the best ones are rotating with it.
Yeah.
I've seen the order versions of this deck stack Showdown.
Yep.
And they're just looking for zone changing abilities, that they can have access to make sure that they can Showdown you. Queen Historia itself is a perfectly fine action to stack, draw. You can draw 2 cards from it. You can target, snipe, rival foundations, but it doesn't quite have the life-saving impact that a Runaway has, in the same vein. Wound Restore, super powerful. Krista can essentially conjure it almost as easily as Gesture Cannon. You can think of both of those characters as 50 plus health when they can play every single copy throughout the game. But I don't think any of them are going to have as much impact as a whiff again.
We hit the first one, but in the mill 4 of the first Father's Sin, 2 Equipment Heists.
Okay.
And 2 attacks, so we got to draw.
Right.
Second one gets used. Third Equipment Heist in the discard pile.
Okay, so
we might not see it at all this game either.
Yeah, but we're like 1 for 4 on Father's Sins.
Yeah, for sure. We've only hit 1.
Yeah, pretty rough ratio. But you want to talk about what this deck looks like after rotation. Yeah. I think the best card to look at is, I believe it's called Leaping Stab.
Oh yeah, I have that one. Or Leaping Slice. I have that
Leaping one. Slice. Sorry, it's either a stab or a slice with Toga, right?
I have that one.
Yeah. So Leaping Slice is a card that I believe everyone overlooked for constructed play in basically every deck.
Yeah.
discard a card and then the option, the potential to maybe draw the card back, very, very, very underwhelming. Not something people want to rely on, right? It's not something you typically want to do. But for Krista decks, the adaptation, I assume it was Travis Tangeman who played it first. He talked about it being a big game changer strictly because that discarding a card is no longer a downside.
Yep.
It is strictly an upside from what you want to be doing, right? Sometimes you also need to discard a card. This is something I learned back in MHA set 1 a lot with specialized sound waves. A lot of times the winning play is the fact that you can discard a card. So I think post-rotation, you're going to look at cards you overlooked before because their discard cost was not something you ever wanted to utilize.
Yeah.
But now it's going to be maybe your only option, or it becomes the best option, and it will still be workable. But speaking of workable, we've got one of the strongest plays you can make in this game. First enhance, add Aerial Goblin Bolt to my card pool.
Yeah, but of course, it actually wasn't even our first enhance. We hard played this Titan armbar, which has stun too, by the way, which I think is a great point of playing it legitimately instead of just shoving it into your card pool.
Right.
Checked the Aerial Goblin Bolt, used our Deviljin response, and so we still have the ability now to shove in a second Aerial Goblin Bolt even after we've pressed the stun too.
Oh, then the Goblin Bolt should technically be
Go before
it,
yes.
But I don't think we're playing combo attacks. I don't think it'll actually matter the order of the card pool, but yeah, so that's even stronger. We've got 2 Goblin Bolts by the time we do our first enhance, and of course, the Runaway is a response that cannot be canceled by the Goblin Bolt. And
yikes, though, we did see a situation here with the stun 2, and of course Krista being committed as we played only 2 diffs on our turn for Ezra. You have to lose the life for the cost of the card, and then you still have to take it as we fail the Runaway, immediately getting knocked down to 17 from the first attack.
Absolutely huge. But now we've got the Filled with Doubt, and I gotta wonder if we use the Filled with Doubt on the stun 2 attack, would we have passed the Runaway? We'd have 2 foundations up, but +1 difficulty. If we checked a 3 there, I assume the Krista deck has no 2s in it. We could have committed our whole stage to pass the Runaway. So maybe greedily not getting rid of the stun 2 cost us this game, or at least half our health.
Yeah, absolutely. As we now shove in the 3rd Aerial Goblin Bolt, which means really your only way of surviving are things like responses. No enhances are basically allowed to get played here. Not that we have access to any on our stage, but now all of a sudden this Superfly Stomp is coming in hot because it gets the 2 damage from the Aerial Goblin Bolt. Of course, Deviljin gave it another +5 damage because of the resolve of its effect, knocking Ezra all the way down to 6, and we are going to get this response from this long-range support, but not another attack to follow it up. Of course, not even probably being able to pass one, knocking Ezra down to single digits and only having 3 cards in your stage. How do we get out of this situation?
Well, there's 2 options. One, you stabilize and hope that your rival has 5 hand-size problems.
True.
2 is you have the greatest City Rampage turn we've ever seen on stream.
Can I do 35?
Can it?
Well, I know Godzilla can,
easily,
but Godzilla gives +3 damage to all of his moves.
That's true.
I think, and here's my gripe, and I said about it too, that like when we at Worlds last year, when Travis brought Krista again, and we saw it struggle against characters like Han, Zoe, Four Eyes, because the deck is very good at doing base damage. It doesn't do a lot of extra oomph from their attacks, except from things like Heat Ray, I suppose.
Well,
but
I was going to say, I think that's one of the major adaptations from that version is, shifting to the chaos symbol, because I believe the Worlds version was order, right? He won with chaos and then went to order.
Went to order.
Right. And one of the big issues with the order deck is, we were pretty much all in on walk the dog with powerful. And I think now with this chaos version, there's a little more oomph to the attacks. Things like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken can be problem solvers, so you typically don't need as much damage pump. But in the same vein, Vast Hybrid is not a big, huge swinging move. So it's going to take stuff like Heat Ray. It's going to take stuff like, powerful keyword, but I haven't seen a way to generate momentum quickly yet. So I don't know if there's going to be a way to actually utilize something like a keyword to get bonus damage, but it looks like we're going for the stack here. I assume this is mostly a stack to prevent him from drawing an attack next turn. So if Kyle is smart here, he's almost certainly going to want to fail a block because I don't think we can block this, and it looks like he's not opting to.
Yeah, I mean, and I like this play here from Ezra because we are already with our back against the wall, hard playing.
Oh, I think
this
he might.
six.
Sorry, really quick. It
Yeah.
looks like Kyle only has high blocks, so he
Oh.
doesn't even have the option to fail a block here.
Yeah, so that means we are going to be drawing at least one dead card. And if one Heat Ray wasn't enough,
Oh.
how about a second one after stacking a 6, of course, because Krista having this option. Again, Ezra is doing everything he can given the situation of this deck.
These
And-
are the biggest moves in
yeah,
the deck.
Yeah, 100%. And they get even more depending on how many more 5 divs go into our discard pile. But it's not just that. We took that risk to play this first Heat Ray on a 6. And once you get to the first attacks and hand step, Krista thrives with all of
Right.
these wall counters that we have access to. And so this one is going to hit a little bit harder. And if we use a second stack here, once again, not being able to block this with any card, that is 2 non-attack cards that Kyle will be drawing next turn. That is a way for Ezra to find some way back into this game.
When we talk about your rival having 5 hand size problems, what we mean is that throughout the history of universes, no matter how powerful, no matter how good a 5 hand size character is, if they are not a defensive 5-hander, which there's very few, the 5 hand size life total and style of play is typically designed towards aggro, because when you have that much health and defensive abilities, we see things like Recovery Girl happen, right? Where
Yep.
games get really, really sloggy and there's very few ways to solve the puzzle. So, you know, for these aggressive 5-handers,
We've even set ourselves up because Ezra's like, I
Long
can't play
range.
another attack. I will have to use this long range support when this one connects, as you didn't block the first one. Drawing after we stack a runaway, pitching an attack card because Ezra says, I have to stabilize my stage a little bit further, and I'm only going to have 2 more wall counters. There's no reason to keep attacking. What a great turn for Ezra, given the situation that's occurred this game.
yeah, I mean, if you were trying to get this, if you were trying to claw your way back into this, you know, put the health total at a more achievable number, double Heat Ray is definitely the way to do this. I was lied to. I was told this was a one of.
It's a second one aside. We brought it
We
in.
sided it in, and if he wins off the back of hitting double Heat Ray turn 2, that would be absolutely ridiculous, Barrett. But I think he's primed himself to do it. Here's the one attack that we saw Kyle had in his hand already. It doesn't look like, let me see if we, yeah, okay, so we reviewed the pass-through walls, and then we drew 2 non-attack cards.
Capture the target and horrifying realization.
Right, and then
We still had a.
I think there's one card we drew new for the turn that
Okay.
we don't know, because I believe we had 3 in hand. We reviewed 1. We drew 2 that we know and 1 that we don't. So there is potential that there's one other attack in hand here, and we might get oh.
There's something. There's some ooze
I think there's
treatment.
a super fly. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is potentially another attack that can be played here. But Ezra says, I've got to try something. We're going to go ahead and pull the trigger on this runaway on a 5.
But the runaway is going to put an attack in the card pool.
That's true. That's even more damage for Kyle here, as, you know, we checked poorly, basically, but we didn't use the Devil Gin response. Second attack is actually camouflage counter here, coming on a 4, 5, 6. It checks a 5. We're going to tap 1 here.
Did we
and
not add for the runaway?
Oh, yeah, I guess we didn't. We're moving so fast.
Yeah. Because
Runaway.
runaway can't be in the card pool unless we had this stuff, right?
Yeah, and we do have a low block for this one, though, too. I don't actually... Oh, checking the 3, though, means that it will be the game. The extra card in the card pool, I guess, won't end up mattering. But, yeah, at the end of it, like, even with the runaway, even with a low block that Ezra had access to, it will still be game 2 going to Kyle here.
Maybe they were the table talk. They could have talked it through.
Yeah, I was
You
like,
know, it's one of
that's
those.
right. Yeah, like
the same way Kyle scooped in game 1 without having to actually see
correct.
lethal.
Of like, hey, I have this one. Do you have a low block? And Ezra goes, I do, but I have to check well. Then they just play it out, and it doesn't actually end up going through.
Right. They just like, you know, if this is not a 3 on top,
Yeah.
you know, which for Devil Gin that wouldn't even matter anyways,
Yeah.
right? That's a I can just show you the victory, right?
But yeah, that is still going to be game 2 going to Kyle, finding a win here. Of now, we are going to go to our game 3, and Ezra going to be on the play here for the first time this match. And I think, you know, there's a little bit of volatility here as we talk about this Krista deck, because it's not just the attacks that exist in the deck, how many action cards. We've seen Runaway and City Rampage. There's a real risk here of our turn 1 opening hands as a 6-hander how many foundations we might actually build. Because if it's anything like we just saw Ezra in Game 2, we had no stage.
Right. You know what I think the scariest thing is so far, though, is both games Krista has been, not at the healthiest life total, right? We talked about how we escaped with only the 4 life lost and how amazing that was in Game 1. But even with this Game 2, not really a blowout after the double heat ray, right? Not really a blowout. But one thing that's scary is Kyle hasn't even activated the full potential of this deck yet.
No.
We're still waiting for the equipment heist. We're still waiting for Massive Mutant Machine to actually play a part.
Yeah, to resolve.
Yeah, to be turned sideways, right? So Ezra hasn't even necessarily had to weather the storm of the most impressive version of this deck. However, I do think when it happens, he will have the tools.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be one of those things where this game he's going to go first. He's going to get, counters established. And I do think Kyle, if I had to guess, is going to get Massive Mutant Machine rolling. But I think it's going to run directly into a runaway, which is one of the best ways to stop really fast attacks for really big damage.
Yeah, we talked about, in Game 1, the importance of, damage triggers being such a big deal, why cards like Steady Aim work really well in this deck because it can function as a throw to get those damage procs, and at the same exact time, the runaways and this Krista deck denying the damage triggers from your opponent, like the camouflage counters that we saw in Game 1. It is very much Krista's story to write.
Right.
At least is what it feels like so far. But at the same time, we haven't seen Kyle's deck fully unlock yet. I want to see an equipment heist in my card pool. I actually haven't commentated a single game yet where one has been used because every time the only other time I saw was we were doing a match where the equipment heist just never found a way into the card pool. We saw them get checked.
I did just get confirmation, by the way. That runaway was not a response.
We blocked
it?
Was
a block.
Whoa.
That was the one thing that in the back of as soon as we started talking about something else, I was like, oh, you know what? I bet he could have just blocked with it. And, I had to ask, I had to get the confirmation, and that's what it was. It was a block. It was not a response to anything in the card pool. Maybe learning from the first game that we could fail the response and take bonus damage.
It makes sense. Of course, I was so caught up in the moment of how strong Runaway can be, but at the same you have to lose the life for the cost. We were at 6.
Right.
Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken is a 6 base damage move. You're not allowed to use Runaway on it.
It's like a UniVersus puzzle.
We went full circle of we just are bad. We just
we're
didn't
too
see.
Caught up,
we're getting so lost in the sauce here of what we thought Ezra had a very good claw back into that game, but because we took so much damage early, going all the way back to that first failed runaway, that we took so much damage from a move, it resulted us not being able to ever use runaway again.
Yeah, it's always weird when you see it. And it seems to happen more often than you'd think, though, that the runaway is a block. But absolutely, if you can piece the clues together, we could not pay for the response. Absolutely. Do you ever do chess puzzles? You ever do stuff like that?
I'm not good enough at chess
No,
to do that.
You don't have to be good. That's the cool part. But because ELO, they match you with people who are also bad. That's the cool part about chess.
But they are fun because it's like, I get them on my Facebook feeds, and they're like, it's black's turn to move, check or mate in 2, and you're like,
exactly,
what is it? And I go, I don't know. I was like, I'm not smart enough for this.
There's a lot of games that do it.
Yeah.
Other card games that people like to set them up, and they're difficult to kind of set up, especially in UniVersus, because to make a good puzzle, you kind of have to have perfect information. And that's something Krista can do by knowing the top cards of both decks. That's something Krista can set up in a game state. And, it's very funny that you can show someone this picture and try to figure out how he got here, because you can go, well, the Goblin Bolt wasn't added by a runaway, because of the Devil Gin Enhance, right? And so it's just kind of weird in my mind that I'm like, we have the perfect screenshot for a how did we get here puzzle, and you have to work backwards to figure out exactly how we got there. But all I can say is when you are blocking with runaway, that's not a good sign.
No.
You are not in a good position. You are either so far ahead and you're playing against someone playing 1 mid-5s at you, or you are so far behind that you don't have the health to pass it. But this is something we haven't seen in any game yet. The double build counters generated from the review And now we have a massive stage, and I believe Ezra still has 2 cards in hand. However, what were we talking about? This is the game.
It's
the equipment
time.
heist is finally hitting the board.
Yeah, we are going to see the unlocked potential here of this, because not only do we get to do the discard a card and draw a new one, but while you
Ooh.
play the equipment heist and while you go to play your first attack, if Devilgen finds any attack to use his response on, you can immediately end up with 3 attacks in your card pool. That is not going to be the case here, as we checked too well. But
what is the card you're going to freeze?
man,
What would you choose? I think there's only one
long-range
real
support.
option. Long range support is my choice as well.
Or do you think the inspiring songs will actually, the check hack potential of it could be so detrimental to your 3 foundation board, maybe you have to deal with one of them because your opponent doesn't have just one. They have 2 of them.
Yeah. And here we actually see Fearsome Transformation basically acting as a better long-range support. The reason I said long-range support over the Fearsome, though, is because while it's frozen on the rival's turn, they can't use it again,
Yep.
right?
Uh-huh.
So, and then it'll come back to my turn, committed, and it's not usable on my turn. So you could probably get more mileage out of the long range. However, the Inspiring Song, I think, is the common play here.
Yeah.
The Inspiring Song is a great play, and granted, double Inspiring Song -2 to your next check to turn a 5 check into a 3 is something Devilgen can't handle very well. And this is sort of what I was trying to allude to at the beginning of the game is I think this is going to be the game where we see the equipment heist, and I think it's going to end up somehow being the worst case for Kyle because we're activating the equipment heist on 3 foundations and a runaway here to clog the card pool or some kind of breaker, combined with the Inspiring Song could be something where our equipment heist goes pretty much to waste because to pass the check, we'll have to end up committing Devilgen or something like that.
We're seeing that right now. We generated enough wall counters on Krista exactly to 4 with that Fearsome Transformation that you talked about, plus the review from the turn prior. We are stacking a runaway on top of our deck, and now Ezra's going to put something on top of Kyle's deck. Of course, if you put an attack, that's something Devilgen wants. Instead, we are going to stack this foundation on top. But like you said, if we press any other draw ability, if we find a way to do so, which we don't have one, we're only going to have to take damage to find a way to use this long-range support, but then we'll have access to that runaway. But you will also then provide the camouflage counter given to Kyle.
And that's the other part of the sequencing, right? To get the 4 counters to stack the deck, Krista has to use the Fearsome Transformation. And then the only other draw effect in the stage that can be used on this turn is long range support. So the only way to deny Ezra getting the runaway was to target the long range support instead of the Inspiring Song. And so now we're going to play Tentacle Grasp, a cheeky little 3 difficulty throw. One of my favorite additions, one of my favorite adaptations to this deck is just a reliable damage sponge. It's just something you put 1,000,000 damage on. It's something you can play around Rakers, around Card Pool Clog. However, it's the lowest damage move in the deck. It's the best thing to use Runaway on.
That's my big fear here, right? Is, I see a lot of the Devilgen decks maybe replacing Besiege in their decks for this one, and the conversation is like, yeah, but this one's a throw, it's always going to deal damage, and you go, okay, but Besiege is basically a 6-speed move. It kind of does deal damage a lot of the times, and Devilgen can make it a low. I agree with you. This is like the best case scenario for Ezra to use Runaway on, and because we didn't use that camouflage counter earlier on adding this to the stack, it means it's not going to get its proc here if the Runaway gets used, but we still haven't pressed our equipment heist button yet. We have enough attacks in our card pool.
Yeah, the real question is there I'm already asking questions I know the answer to, but is there an asset that can change things here? I think the best case scenario is potentially grabbing a military airship and maybe picking up the Goblin Bolt, a low difficulty move that you can play after the Runaway. I don't think there's any enhances really left to cancel right now. There's nothing to really seal either.
Yeah, because we've already pressed the Inspiring Psalm button on Ezra's side to give -1 to Kyle's next check, in conjunction here with the Runaway that is just lose 3, check a 5, guaranteed to pass, shove this foundation into Kyle's card pool, and then what else is going to
Unless
be done?
we blocked with it again.
But then it's going to resolve. No, there's no way. We're not falling for that a second time here. No shot. As it resolves, only dealing 3 to Ezra, going down to 21. And can we ever pass another one? On a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Checks a 6.
which is
minus
a
1,
5,
5,
which
6,
is
7,
just
8.
enough.
And it's a throw that will help us still trigger this camouflage counter. This is now becoming what we call a detriment. Probably the best case scenario now if you want to get this camouflage counter on top of your deck.
Yeah, and this is a scenario where I don't know if we have another attack in hand. We played 3 in our 5-hander.
Yeah.
If we have another attack in hand, being able to stack the camouflage counter will basically guarantee the check because Devil Jin is ready. We're going to be able to get another massive mutant machine here and then a third one on the next attack. That's 15 damage from the stage alone, Barrett.
Yeah.
This could be game, and it's all because we had double 3 difficulty attacks in our hand to be able to play around the check hacking and the card pool stuffing. I mean, this is, you couldn't draw it up any better than this.
And we checked that 6 at the ideal moment with -1 to our check. If that was a 5, Devil Jin's committed.
Absolutely.
That doesn't work anymore. We can still use our equipment heist, of course. Here comes that enhance. We're going to go, of course, and search for something. Like you said, even if we didn't have an attack right now, it could now be the military airship that we're now grabbing for to then reuse another one of these 3 difficulties like the tentacle grass. And then the second massive mutant machine can come in on when you play that attack and guarantee the check because of the camouflage counter. Everything is coming up Kyle here in this game 3. Finally, when the equipment heist finds its way to the card pool, the deck unlocks, even when the runaways find play to combat these throws. But eventually, 21 is very quickly disappearing.
And I mean, this is so cool because this was both decks basically at their best. You know, I mean, it's a little early in the game for Krista maybe to really say the best, but you got the double build you want. You tutored your powerful action to get around the camouflage counter response that you wanted, and yet Devil Jin was able to power through. He had, again, basically the perfect hand. I don't know if you could have planned it this good.
No, I don't think so either, as we're going to pick up that Tentacle Grasp with that military airship, guaranteeing that we have another attack, even though we do have another one in our hand.
Right.
But like you said, as soon as this attack deals damage in any capacity, the camouflage counter guaranteeing that Devil Jin once per turn response to be able to get used, and with a bonus +1 on top of it, guarantees that this attack will pass. And there it is. It's going to connect unblocked, go down to 12, +1 to our check, camouflage counter on top of the deck.
Interesting to not use the mutant machine here, though, because if there's a world where that card in hand for Ezra is another runaway, trying to stack your mutant machines on the same attack is a mistake. So I think we saw that it's not.
Yeah.
But from where Kyle is sitting, I do think that that's a small, minor mistake, but never punished when you're playing with the devil. We're going to add this to our card pool. +1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to our check. We checked a 9 on this attack, and we're going to get all the damage in the world from Massive Mutant Machine. Maybe we don't have the Devil Jin enhance, but I would assume double Massive Mutant Machine is enough.
Oh, there might not be another attack.
Yeah,
in our
there might not
discard
be
pile.
another attack because we've been pumping so hard, Barrett.
But like you said, this is 3 base damage by itself, plus 10 more. Krista is only at 12. Remember, it not just gets the damage, it gets plus 10 speed as well. So your 1-speed move all of a sudden still becomes very, very fast. But is it blockable, Sam? Is it blockable with every card readied in Ezra's stage? Because it's not lethal on half.
Oh, this could just actually be too slow. It is a 1-speed throw.
1 plus 10, 11 with a block, 12, 13. Checks a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's not enough to get it done.
Oh my goodness. In your deck that stacks checks, you couldn't stack enough to pass. Unfortunate. What an amazing victory. What a narrow margin of victory. I mean, that was maybe a world where playing the Goblin Bolt, just because it's 2 speed faster.
Maybe.
So even if he checks a 5, right, there's so many small things that could have gone either way for both players. What could have been a mistake here is a winning play there. But at the end of the day, the trading post, Kyle, I don't know his last name.
Croft. Kyle Croft.
Okay. He's Mono.
Mono
They keep
Water.
showing his UniVersus name. They called him that for the Top Cut announcement, which was very funny. But Kyle Croft is going to be moving on to the grand finals, showcasing this Devil Jin deck that we're all very familiar with.
Congratulations, Kyle, from me. Also, congratulations, Ezra, for making that top 4 appearance as well.
Representing Level Up.
Absolutely, and representing Cristo once again for another Top Cut appearance, keeping it on our maps and on our radars. And I was talking about a little bit for Kyle on his journey, because he not only was Swiss champ going into this event, is the only representation of Devil Jin in our Top Cut. But
right.
I had to look up how many points he had coming into this event, and he only had 53 points. If there was a way for Kyle Croft to get into a day 2 lock-in, this is the only way it was possible, and a finals appearance is all but guaranteeing that now with the extra few points, of course. And this is a name that we haven't necessarily seen, is brand new to UniVersus with the trading post and making a showing, and is going to be able to go first against either Jake or Constantine as that match is still being played right now. Devilgen in the final. Did we kind of draw it up?
Do you think we're going to get 2 5-handers in the finals?
Wow.
We could have Mikasa versus Devilgen.
Or it's Devilgen versus Rodan is essentially what our story is going to unfold.
A tale as old as time. The one Rodan that converted goes all the way to finals. This is what I'm talking about, though. You'll see a top cut that's full of Godzillas, full of Mikasas, full of these great aggressive decks that have very obvious paths to victory. And yet, who keeps making it to finals? Who do we keep seeing in the finals of, I think, 4 regionals potentially now? Because there was Denver, Rodan won. And then Albuquerque, Rodan got second.
Correct.
And then Atlanta, was it, or Louisville that Rodan won? When did Phil Birch win?
Atlanta.
Rodan
3.
won.
Now potentially could be 4.
4, yeah. So this will be the 4th potential that he's in finals. 1, 2 out of 3, you know. So the Rodan decks have one conversion, but they're always deep runs. They always make a great showing. So Constantine definitely has his work ahead of him. So that match is still finishing up right now. We're going to get some updates on them. I believe they're in game 3. Not 100% sure on that, but we're going to try to get some updates. We're going to take a very small break, but when we come back, we are going to be crowning your Buffalo regional champion and finding out basically who's getting their ticket to Worlds at the last minute.
Don't go anywhere.
Hi, UniVersus gamers. I'm Barrett Bryant, and I have the pleasure to be joined with the Tamarin Cardwell. Tam, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to the people?
Hi, as Barrett said, I'm Tamarin Cardwell. You can find me online at Tam Cardwell, both on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky, all that jazz. Excited to be here, man.
Yeah, a great event for us to be at currently. Of course, this is the last regional here as I get to talk with you here in Buffalo. But I wanted to kind of pick your brain as UniVersus as a whole, as, you know, prolific content creator, of course. You know, even I watch your stuff. And I have to ask you, do you have like a favorite memory this year of UniVersus, of the competitive season of 2025? You've had not only the pleasure to be a part of production along with me, but also you've got to play in quite a few events. I know you went to Glasgow, and I know you really like Mikasa. So a favorite memory of this year so far?
I think favorite memory. I have not played in a ton, but Glasgow was such a blast. Getting to go overseas due to the trading post and play some games. I really like that character. I think it was just putting a character that was kind of on the fringe, really putting them on the map. It just always feels really good to do in a card game with so many eclectic characters. Just like picking somebody you really believe in and pushing them to a top cut. It's dope.
So, with Worlds on the horizon, is there a character like Mikasa that you think would be a front runner to maybe even win the whole event? Obviously, I think that's what you would bring.
Yeah.
But if you were to pick one character in this current moment, obviously things will change. But do you think there's like a front runner going into the event?
I think so. I think that the format is run rampant with Devilgen and with Hanj. So out of those two, I'm actually going to give the advantage to Hanj. I think that the game plan is very solid. Yes, she lost an important card, but I think that the game plan of play all my cool backups and then find checkmate is really strong, and they just do it the best.
So then my last question for you is I'll do a generic, pick your brain strategy question. If I'm a player that's trying to combat against those backup strategies, Tam, what do you think is a good piece of advice? Because I know we've talked about this ever since Louisville and, Zeke having a very strong performance and backup decks in general. I know you play with a lot of backups too when you're not playing Mikasa. What's a good answer to the people out there necessarily of this new card type that you think is a front runner to potentially win Worlds this year using backup strategies? How do you combat against them?
My number one answer is to just do your homework. Don't disrespect what backup deck can do. And I mean all backup decks, not just Hanj, but we saw Zeke take down a tournament this year. We just got the Shadow Monarch bundle, and we have currently in round 4 at table 1 Sung Jin Woo. Like backups are coming. So they are manageable, but you aren't allowed to disrespect them. And every symbol in the game has some sort of answer to what's going on. Not just your attacks, but also card text too. So look for that make sure that you respect it and put it in your decks. Please, I'm begging.
Absolutely. Free coaching session right there from Tam Cardwell himself. Tam, thank you so much for this insight, and look forward to many more events of UniVersus with you in the future, not just behind the camera, but also playing as well. We'll send it back. Hey, everybody, I'm Bear Bryant. I have the absolute pleasure to be joined with Sean O'Brien, owner of Rochester CCG, and we're here in Buffalo in your own backyard, which I had the pleasure to be here for the first time. And I wanted to say thank you so much for, first of all, being a big pillar of our community in UniVersus. I know that you are basically at every event, whether you're vending or even playing. So I have a question for you. If you were playing in the event right now, what would you be playing?
What would I be playing? Well, I would just be playing Rochester Retro, of course.
Oh, that's fair. Love me some Rochester Retro.
But if I was playing in Standard, I would probably be playing some sort of Bridget deck that Kevin built for me.
Love it. Do you specifically just like all the movement of the cards, or like, specifically flipping stuff over, moving, adding stuff in, and just that kind of movement gameplay? I know Kevin Rubberg loves it when his cards move.
So the reason why I want to play Bridget is back when I was in college, I forget which Guilty Gear game had just came out, but it was about the same time the UniVersus came out. I'm like, oh man, if they ever get Guilty Gear, I'm playing Bridget. And finally, after 20 years of playing UniVersus, I can play Bridget.
It was a long time coming. I believe UniVersus, UFS players of old have always been asking for Guilty Gear. It is finally here in our game. In that kind of boat, do you like the tension mechanic? Do you like the Roman cancel token? I know a lot of people are kind of like the flavor of it and when it relates to the game, specifically a Guilty Gear Strive, but, fast momentum is kind of scary.
Oh yeah, I used to work on design for the game a long time ago, and we were always scared to make fast momentum. But I think the design team had the good sense to make the tension cards not scary on their own with the tension on top of it. I do like that one of the tension ability, the Roman cancel abilities lets you get out of a kind of a sticky situation by reducing attack to 3 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I even like the generic one where by itself it can freeze a foundation, but you still have to solve the formula of having it, making sure it's committed. So my last question for you, Sean, I know you have a lot to work to still do this weekend. Is there a favorite memory this year of UniVersus for 2025?
Oh, there are too many. I mean, we had a lot of great events this year. One of my favorite memories was the Louisville event where, we had, really good turnout. We had to increase the size of the event. So that's a really good memory for me. But I'm really looking forward to the 20-year anniversary in 2026.
Absolutely. And at Louisville, one of the biggest Rochester Retro events we've had of the year as well. So if you want to check out Rochester Retro, of course, you can go check out all the updates and the suspension list online, of course. And there's going to be more to come, I can only imagine. So, Sean, thank you so much for your insight. And I hope to see more of you at a future UniVersus event.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm joined with Constantine, representative of MGLA, of course, and I'm Bear Bryant. And I have the pleasure to ask you a couple of questions. I want to get your insights. I know you make some content for the game as well, but we're here in an event. You're participating. I know you're playing a fun deck, but I have a question of, is there any surprises that you think players are kind of bringing out in the format right now, or things that we might see on the horizon for Worlds coming up? Any surprises in the format that you're really surprised to see?
So I'm really just surprised to see just how much Guilty Gear cards people are playing. I personally think that there's a bunch of awesome build-arounds in the set. Things like Potemkin Buster, Tyrant Rave, even just Dust Attack is not flashy as an uncommon, but I think that card is fantastic in so many decks, especially because it's on the Infinity symbol. And just seeing people brew these powerful decks with these new cards has just got me so excited for the game. And it's also their primary symbols, so you're making concessions as to which symbol you're choosing to play.
Yeah, I've seen Tyrant Raves already, even on stream. You can check out that footage. And then also things like Great Yamada Attack. I really didn't expect to see May, per se, in the format, but there are people out there brewing with it. And one of my favorites, Bridget. And, of course, I know, Megalomania is hitting here. Do you think heavy secret rares like Megalomania are going to be cards that will maybe scare some people away from playing hyper defensive characters because it has the ability to seal them? What are your thoughts on the offensive tools for players that they have access to from Guilty Gear versus things like the Roman cancel token and the tension mechanic?
So there's a lot going on there. So I think there's tools to interact with Megalomania if people are really concerned about their character being shut off.
Yeah.
But we also still have all the foundations and assets and backups that we built. We can hopefully rely on those. Maybe we have some actions in our hands that keep us alive. So I'm not sweating the power level of the offense. Some of the games I've played today, I've been playing an aggro deck. So against other aggro decks, it's really down to the wire. But some classic cards that are keeping the matchups really close and competitive are things like Dark Ward, Cancel Breakers, or just responsibilities on attack cards. Like that stops the response on a Dust Attack, which is just response ignore progressive. Like essentially Breaker 1 on a 2-def. That's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. My final question for you is, I know you have an event to get back to, of course. With the idea of these Guilty Gear cards, do you necessarily have a character from Guilty Gear in the front running that could potentially even make a great appearance at the World Championship?
So I think it'd probably be Bridget because I know a lot of people really like her, and there's a lot of good players deck building for her. But I'm still really interested in Soul, like Soul Bad Guy.
Yeah.
He's so complicated that I just didn't put the time in. Maybe there's something there. So
yeah, absolutely. Of course, we'll have to see, and I can only imagine that Guilty Gear cards are not going to go anywhere in the format as they have just recently come out, of course. Do you have a favorite card from Guilty Gear? One card.
Man, dude, you're putting me on the spot. It's got to be Heaven or Hell. Heaven or Hell is that I haven't seen anyone play that today, but like I keep thinking about it, just picking up the attacks in my hand. I'm like randomly getting. I don't know how much stats it actually gives, but like maybe 5/5, 4/4, like.
I want to see a 5/5 hit off of a Heaven or Hell because that's basically a massive mutant machine.
Yes,
but
sir.
Constantine, thanks so much for your insight. I
Yeah.
hope to see you at another UniVersus event in the
course.
future. We'll send it back.
Ho, 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 community of universes. It's time for the finals, Samuel.
It is finally time for the grand finals. We've got Mikasa Ackerman, Hizuru's Hope, versus the devil himself, Devil Jin. And I believe Devil Jin's going to be going first as the higher seed. Your Swiss champ has made it all the way to the grand finals. And I believe both of these players are playing for the opportunity to get a day 2 invite. I'm not exactly sure where Constantine was on the points leaderboard, but I've heard he's had to make a deep run. So he might have to actually win the entire thing if he wants to get his day 2 invite to Worlds.
That is very true. This is going to be an interesting line here. Like, we've got some, I won't lie, we got some holiday cheer here from Constantine. We got that Santa hat on. For sadly, I wish I had one on at this time. And
You should have said he stole yours.
he probably stole mine, probably.
Create a big drama on the internet.
But, I mean, Kyle's been running through this tournament since the start. What can you say? Like, King of Swiss hasn't dropped a match. And here we go. We're ready for finals. I mean, these two were also surprising. Like, Constantine's the sole surviving Mikasa Ackerman is our hope. So,
yeah,
we'll see if maybe one can finally take down an event.
Yeah, well, I mean, she really only appeared on the metagame in Glasgow, right? This is basically the second event where this has been a known meta threat. So this deck has been performing incredibly well, been very popular, and I think it's really no mistake that this deck gained popularity directly after the errata to Pony Tsunatori in a very similar way, in a very similar vein. This is a deck that wants to see 2 new cards out of your deck every time you attack, just like Pony. It wants to clear its card pool as much as possible, just like Pony. But the biggest difference is that instead of modifying speed, we get big damage pumps, and we have a huge health pool, which, honestly, this deck might have been better than the Pony decks for the metagame this entire time, but Pony has such a nearly infinite potential that players were drawn to it instead.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting situation. I'm really hoping Constantine's main decking Forcing Surrender. Like,
yeah, why wouldn't you?
Why, like, everybody else we saw, we were playing like 1, 2. He's playing 4. He's like, no.
Oh my! I can only speak from my experience in Atlanta playing Fire Hanji Zoe. I was definitely main boarding Forcing Surrender. I believe I mained 3. I might have mained all 4. I know that my deck was almost completely tech to not need to sideboard, though. I was trying to be prepared for things without sideboarding. So a lot of times my mentality personally is the things I know I would sideboard, I'll still include a copy or 2 of, and then I can just increase the quantities, right? But speaking of stuff you want to sideboard for, Equipment Heist, turn 2, 3 foundations. We saw Kyle Croft do this in the last game, in the last matchup. I thought maybe 3 foundations might not be enough, and seeing him commit 2 of them on the Equipment Heist really makes me wonder. But if there's any deck that can put up 35 damage from this position, it's Devil Jin.
Yep. And it looks like we are going to lead off. We're going to respond here, make the check. So this will be on.
Yeah, we didn't have that correct last time either. I talked about it where technically it's got to go before it, which I don't think there's any combos. I don't think it'll matter. Do they even print combo attacks anymore? I don't think they have for a while. Rest in peace combo keyword. But I don't think it's going to matter too much. However, that Forcing Surrender is right here. Now, potentially, Jesse, we could commit and freeze it, of course. Yep. So Kyle correctly identified the threat to the Equipment Heist.
The one situation, though, is looking at this, like, Kyle's committed out. Like, he has no interaction here, and this is
checked
where
back-to-back 3s.
Yeah, back-to-back 3s hurt. And now Constantine might be able just to stabilize. Like, it looks like we're checking discards.
In a way, checking the 3 on the first attack could be better, depending on how deep we were going to go on this turn anyways, because getting the Equipment Heist activated on the first attack is a big deal. You know, obviously you'd like to play more attacks after this, but Devil Jin's ability to do that can be bolstered by stuff like Camouflage Counter. We could even see something like a military airship to add the Superfly Stomp to our hand, respond with the Camouflage Counter, and then we've got a forecheck that we know is coming. Unfortunately, you would still have to commit Devil Jin to play one of those attacks, but we saw in semifinals that there is some really, really nice 3 difficulty attacks in this deck, but we're going the other route. We're going Cerritos.
Yeah, I think Cerritos is the right line here. It's like, hey, let's go find another card and protect our and like maybe get some protection on the board.
Well, what's really cool about the Cerritos play here is if this attack deals damage, you can get +1 to your check and stack the camouflage on top. Then use the Cerritos to add the camouflage to your hand. And if you put a 5 on top of your deck, that means you're checking a 6, Jesse. If we have a 6 check that we reveal and we can stack on top, that means we can check a 7. Yep. However, it looks like we've got the zone change here from Devil Jin, making it a low, and the +0 block mod going to come in. What a great heads-up play to not play our 0 diff. Typically, you're so foundation starved as a 5-hander, and especially as Mikasa Ackerman, Hizuru's Hope, that you want to build as much as you can and hope to just draw the right block zones, but holding that 0 low block, it's like he's from the future.
But now we're deciding what's going where in this situation. He's like, hey, what's going in hand? And it looks like we are going to be putting that's the Raphael Foundation, Dreaming About Fighting, into our hand, which, hey, it looks like we're going 6-7.
Yeah, we still got attacks and we're still going for it. So this is a throw. We're going to be putting big damage on here. This is 7 damage for a 3 difficulty throw. Very solid stuff. Now we can double respond with the camouflage counters and then check a 5. However, still with no, well, I was going to say with no real card draw. I guess we can go get an airship, but we'll probably see the massive mutant machine here, I'd have to imagine.
Yeah, just push a little damage on this. Like, get some payout on this turn. It's probably the better line. Because I think we're done. If, like, this could hit, this will obviously hit. But unless, I don't believe Constantine has any main deck throw hate that I'm aware of.
Yeah, the death symbol not the best at it. There's a Sir Night-Eye Foundation that nobody's willing to play. There's a really nice Sir Night-Eye Foundation that I don't think people are willing to play, even though it draws you a card when you block a throw.
No, it just doesn't it just draw a card, and then if it blocks a throw, it deals no damage?
It's probably that good, and it still gets overlooked. But that's what happens when cards don't do much in the stage, right? As a foundation,
unless you're playing Night Eye.
Yeah, unless you're our Night Eye. So this might still be blockable, right? As we saw before, the 1 speed can be a little bit of a liability on this attack. Typically, you want to see it get double stacked. And speaking of double stacked, we've got double stacked camouflage counters. So we're going to be checking a 5 here, and we've got another 3 diff.
Still going. I love it.
Yep, but we are going to have to commit Devil Jin for this. So what's really cool about this, though, is now we're going to get to search our deck with the equipment highest, and that's going to shuffle the 3 off the top of our deck, which, will probably let us build. We have to play a foundation at this point, right? There's no way we can extend beyond this, at least as far as I'm aware. But we are going to get another mutant machine out. This is going to be another huge chunk of damage. And it feels pretty good because now you're not going to need the equipment heist for the rest of the game.
That's true. The thing is, though, I've seen these Mikasas do 35 like it's nothing.
True. We've seen Devil Jin do 35 like it's nothing, though. And Constantine has put up some solid defense. Blocking as much as he can, blocking the throw for half. I mean, that's really the only damage that came down was a throw that was 6 speed. And now we've got the Goblin Bolt, which dealt 8.
Yeah, it looks like we're verifying damage that has been dealt. What's going to momentum? Where are cards going at the end of turn? And that's a good thing to do. And now we're hoping. All right, check 6. Got 1 out. And obviously, getting I think getting that foundation on the board, because Dream About Fighting, when you get you stack the camouflage, you're just like, all right, Removed from the game. I get to play it.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
we're checking discards. What do we have a fire? What are we gonna fire off with here though? Anchor toss.
All right, this is probably the most common Mikasa leadoff attack. Now, the real question is, now that the rival has all the assets, is it worth it to destroy the forcing surrender? I mean, it was already committed. I have to imagine that he's already got as many assets as he really needs to build from equipment heist. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the forcing surrender get popped here.
Yep.
We're going to get an extra card draw from pushing the limits. Love to see these attacks.
Get a triple draw there.
Wow. What a draw. I mean, if you want to put up the 35, this is probably the best way to do it. A little bit of peep this action, showing them the 3 block mod.
Like, I am such a fan of Mikasa. Everybody can be aware that I've definitely enjoyed this character. And that, I love that you just have to reveal the weapon card.
Right.
But then it's, the damage doesn't matter what the attack is.
Right. You
which
can
is the
pump
best
any attack.
interaction point.
Yeah, I think if it was, I think it's funny that all these cards that clear are weapons, for the most part. It's funny that I've looked for non-weapon attacks to add to the deck. And there's one of them that's pretty worth it, is the Focus Gravity Beam. So we've got a ton of gas, Jesse. It's really
are just chopping away at 5 to 6 damage each.
Yeah, and it's really just going to come down to how well can we check from here. I mean, I think we might have 30 damage in our hand if we can sequence it properly. One of the biggest issues, though, is typically a lot of times the best attack to play is dual needle lunge, but it's also your biggest damage pump. So if you don't have attacks that clear the card pool, ooh, speaking of, there's that check.
There's a dust attack. That's a newer addition to this deck that some people are playing it, some are not. This is obviously one of the Guilty Gear 10 infinity symbol attacks. I think it's like out of all the infinity symbols, it's one of the best. If this deals 5 or more damage, it just ignores progressive.
Yeah, very strong effect. I love this in combination with other momentum, because if you have 2 momentum, you can use the Roman cancel token to clear the attack if it's blocked, or if it's not blocked, it's going to deal 5. And either way, it does not count towards progressive. So I think that's super, super strong. However, Jesse, we didn't play that dual needle lunge in front of it to get the second momentum, potentially because it's the only weapon card in our hand for the damage pump. And that's what I was talking about, is typically the dual needle lunge is the best attack to play, but it's also the last attack to play because you need the damage pump.
Exactly. So I think his position here for Constantine is we're just gonna throw some damage on this. Let's just check for the low. Like, hey, do you have a low for this? Yes or no? 'Cause if it hits, there we go. We get 8 damage in. And no progressive.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. What you want to see.
And now we're gonna check a 4/5. Okay.
Yeah, no, it doesn't count towards progressive.
Yeah, so we're good. Yep.
Yeah. So we're gonna be able to remove a card from our hand or discard a card, and this will clear after it resolves. It'll leave the card pool. It's a very slow attack, so if Kyle does have a card in hand, we could potentially put a block on this. This is either 0 speed or 1 speed, right?
Yeah. 1 speed low for 4.
Yeah, one low for 4. It's got stun 1, which has not been relevant most of the time it gets played. It also is powerful, so we could spend that Roman cancel token
for 7 damage. Maybe this is 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, we could get this up to 10 damage. So even on a partial, it's 5. Really punishing Kyle if he doesn't have a low block in hand. Because of how slow it is. It's basically a free block in most scenarios. But right now, if you had a +3 low block, you'd fail it on a 3.
Yep. Also looking at Constantine, he's got that Coimbras task. And, so here's the thing is, he's got 1 cancellation of the enhance. Like, this deck plays so... the thing is, because the deck is so finite with the attacks, your foundations, you just play all the defense. Like, you play max def forward. You play all these ways to slow down the other decks, and being obviously Devil Gem.
We drew a new weapon card finally, and it's the +4 block mod. So now we're getting our maximum damage pump available, because I have not seen a weapon card with +5 yet. but there is a couple with +4. I think there's three or four cards with +4. Not many of them are very popular. One of them is an attack that we just drew, though. So we are going to be getting a little more damage pump now from the lethal rending in hand.
Also, this is a solid finisher in this deck.
Yeah, it is definitely like a solid. It's like an Irwin's Final Charge almost in a way, and it could definitely make up the difference. But we're down to 2 foundations though, so the most that this attack could be is 10 damage, and that's if we sent away our whole stage.
And it looks like we used the momentum.
Yeah, we did the powerful.
So this is up to 11.
And he checked a 3. That's exactly what we were talking about. The +3 low block.
Yep.
My goodness. Yeah, the Devil Jin decks, they run a high ratio because they're typically not worried about checking a 3. But now Kyle is firmly in the danger zone. You can see the worry on his face. He's trying to make sure he's got the health totals correct here because every little bit can count, because Constantine is also at risk of just checking poorly on 2 attacks and not being able to close this game out. So I
mean, we need one. We're at 11.
I don't know if there's an attack that swings for 11 in this deck, but you can easily put it together with 2.
Yeah.
Especially since you can play the dual needle on a 5, add it to your momentum, then play the lethal rending afterwards.
Yeah.
But we would much rather play a lower difficulty card than the dual needle lunge. You don't want to risk committing Mikasa until you absolutely have to. Is that
And
tray
you
size?
can see the I think the tray size.
Oh.
3, 4.
It has to be a ready foundation to do the echo.
Yep.
I
3,
think
4. That's fine. I think we can punch through on this.
if maybe we should have saved the Roman cancel token for echo.
Yeah.
Maybe that would have been a better backup plan.
So this will be a 4 low for 7. And it goes to 4.
And we can play the lethal rending on a 5.
Yeah, lethal. You got to.
He's been showing it to him this whole time. Oh, and he nails the 5.
He's like, I'm in.
And he goes for the full blitz, and that's
there
going to
we
do
go.
it.
Break serve.
Okay, Constantine.
But didn't Ezra break serve in the last round against Kyle?
I believe so, yeah.
So now Kyle's got to go to the board. Constantine's up a game. Like his deck prevailed in this the first one.
Yeah.
And now it gets really interesting, I think. Let's look at these sideboards for this. I want to see this come in. This is. Oh, you wanna spam against me? Oh, come on, do the copy and show that image. I just want to be able to read the card properly.
Well, it's the screen. They're not.
I know.
They're not on the
We'll
screen to see the card.
So I know, but we're actually going to do a quick scan here of like.
Thank you, Brian.
4-2 the army. This deck loses all keywords, and Taxi will get +1 difficulty this turn. This might be coming in this matchup.
I would like to see it. This is the kind of deck where it should be brought in, right? This is the kind of thing that you're supposed to tech against, card pool clearing decks that won't play on regular progressive. And we saw how slim the margins are, right? For Constantine, he needed every single foundation to commit and even technically sacrifice at the end there. So increasing the difficulty on the first attack of the turn makes perfect sense to me. Even just having a +0 mid could make a huge difference if that's the way that you have to use it, because a lot of those attacks are slow mid attacks that are coming at you. So that could be a game changer.
It looks like from Constantine's side, he's going to be bringing in 2 timely counterattacks and 2 Keiko's Aid.
Okay.
I saw that. I was following his siding in and out, and those are pretty obvious drop-ins. Those are good choices.
Yeah, both players basically trying to shut down the rival from being able to put together a string, from being able to put together multiple attacks. But, it's one of those things where sometimes when you go first, you put yourself at a bit of a disadvantage. You have a smaller build, you commit more resources early, and the difference between, attacking a rival who went second and has already foundations and the cards they held versus a rival who played as many cards as they could and committed all their foundations, as we saw in this game one, was a huge difference. So I think if Kyle, he wants to go first. He wants to be able to set the tone. But these Devil Jin decks, they got to stop committing out every single turn unless they have a chance to win the game.
Oh, well, let's see what we can do here. I really think it's going to come down to, can Kyle get they're both theories. Like, we have the 5-hand size turn 1 situation on both sides.
Right.
Where Constantine getting that +1 card and the partial Paris is going to go a long way for him.
Right.
And Kyle just needs, but it's all going to come down. Does Kyle get a 3 build? Does he get a 2, have to mull away and ends up with another 2? I've seen Devil Jins just fall apart because they get a bad mulligan. Because 5-hand size problems.
Yeah, and I think just to go back to the game before this, 1 extra foundation and Kyle could have blocked the focus gravity beam for 10 damage, right? I think if Kyle has 10 extra health, I don't think Constantine can pull it off.
Oh, that is a good protection hand. I think he's got double Death Ward and Forcing Surrender.
Okay.
We'll take that as a build on 1.
Dark Ward is
Dark
pretty
Ward.
good.
I always call it the Death Ward. I know it's dark. I gave her it's Dark Ward. Sorry, everybody. I have to. Sam reminded me yesterday. You can't use our nicknames. You got to be right. And I'm like,
Right.
That's true.
I was gonna say Death Ward is one of my favorite abilities, but it is not in this game. I am a big Death Ward believer, but that's for the weekends. Dark Ward, however, really powerful, stops a response played on a card in the card pool. So things like Aerial Goblin Bolt no longer going to get to cancel your interactions. Aerial Goblin Bolt's really nasty in this matchup because of how much Mikasa depends on drawing 2 cards so often that sacrificing a foundation for no benefit as a 5-hander feels really, really bad and can put you really far behind if you end up doing it multiple times. So do we go for the 5 check with a Dark Ward, or do we go for the safety where we might commit Mikasa? And now we're going to risk committing Mikasa anyway, and we don't. My goodness. Look at his face. Look at that grin. He knows it's Christmas time. It's snowing outside. There's presents underneath the tree. The cookies are set out for Santa Claus, and Constantine is living his Christmas dream today.
And now now we're going back to Kyle here, launching off with a Superfly kick. It's the Superfly stomp. Stomping. I mean, this card. This is one of those cards that everybody was like, when it came out, everybody was like, this card's okay. And then we're just like, wait a minute.
It's like 3 separate good abilities that don't necessarily interact with each other, right? Like Frenzy has nothing to do with the other 2 blitzes. Making your rival sacrifice a face-up foundation and kill their momentum for your momentum is pretty okay. It's pretty strong that has to be, I think, ready face-up, or at least face-up. That's nice, but it's not targeted. And then the ability to search your deck and put a card in your discard pile is very character-specific, I would say. So it is like 3 tiny pieces that are greater than the sum of their parts, basically.
Yep. We're going to play another stomp.
Okay, and we saw double Superfly stomp early on in the match against Ezra, but it was not a winning line. These attacks were not threatening enough. So a Constantine thinking about maybe responding to this, forcing him to commit all of his foundations would be nice, except 2 of them ready themselves.
Yeah.
The question is, do you force him to do it now? I mean, these aren't one-time use cards. They just commit and then ready. Yep. They don't flip.
Yeah. We're going. Let's take I'm not sure what the best line here is. Here's the thing: is Devil Jin is this deck? It's like you're literally, when you don't find an equipment heist on 2, this is where the test of the deck is. Of like, what do I set up? What is my plan here? And it's like, all right, we're gonna get the armor in.
We're going back to basics. This was pretty much the first card people were building around and adding to their card pool, because look at how much crazy damage you can get. So by adding this armbar to the card pool, we essentially got +6 damage on this attack, 4 from Devil Jin, 2 from the armbar. That's going to make this a 4 low for 10.
Yep.
Absolutely massive. I mean, 2 more of those and the game is over.
Yep. And it looks like we
still have the Devil Jin response, I believe. And we can respond to add the camouflage to the top of the deck if we want.
I think he's probably thinking about it.
I'm not sure if he's aware of it because we also didn't ready our capture the target, to be honest.
We didn't.
Yeah, this just seems like we have a couple of misplays happening here back to back, but I could be wrong.
Yep.
I have been proven wrong by many a player on this stream. We can only speculate.
Oh, it looks like we canceled the at the top with the ward.
Oh, dark working cancel camouflage. Okay, yeah, I was still caught up on the capture the target. The flipping the dark ward is good. So now, oh, this is that's classic, isn't it? We stopped him from adding a camouflage to the top, but he checked the camouflage anyway. And Constantine's entire demeanor has changed. He was so stoked with the syndicate target, but now we are just staring down the barrel of a bazillion damage. Granted, Constantine has not been attempting to draw cards, right? We've been basically just accepting everything that's coming our way. We're not panicking yet, but so far you would have to imagine that if we had the correct block zone, we would have attempted to block at least the second Superfly Stomp instead of relying on the Dark Ward.
I think he's deciding if we're going to, he's like, is it good? He's like, you get your response. So now the checks bonus has occurred.
It doesn't count the Goblin Bolt.
We're just doing the
so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He checked an 8 and he needed a 7. So Constantine can, yeah. So it's on a 7, and then it gets +5 to the check. So he checked an 8. And now Constantine can make him check a 6 and make him commit 1 card, which is like de facto not worth it with the capture of the targets. Unless Kyle's going to just handshake agree to never ready them. I guess if Kyle's just like a homie,
could be tunneled up here, and
well, because with the Devil Jin response, he's not afraid of failing these checks. So it's not strictly a mistake yet, but conventional wisdom would, suggest that you ready it as soon as you can, right? Because what if somehow this got, I don't know, Genkai's or something crazy, like you'd lose the opportunity to.
Yeah, he's gonna say commit 1.
And now will be the real test. Will Kyle ready both of these during this attack? Because with double camouflage response and a 5 on top, there is a world where you could play, at least another card after this. And you want to capture the target's raid during your rival's turn. And that is if we don't find a way to just win the game here, because this is plus how much damage? 7 now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus 7 from Devil Jin, plus 2 from the armbar. So that's a 10 damage Goblin Bolt.
I think this is. If we're gonna start blocking, I think if we have a high block, I think we should be blocking this.
Yeah, but I think we got to peek at Kyle's hand. There are no more attacks. Is that a horrifying realization as the only ready? So we could draw the camouflage off the top for lethal.
We're finally readying up those.
So no mistakes actually made yet.
We're gonna partial.
Oh, that doesn't feel good. No. Constantine still has a lot of draw power here with the pushing the limit. Oh no, that's sealed. Sorry, that's sealed. But we still do have. We can clear our block. And we can draw 2 cards, so there's still a good opportunity to be able to block one of these camouflage counters. I mean, what's coming.
Yep.
You just got to draw the low, and the partial might even save him here if that camouflage counter can't get to 13.
So what it doesn't, if he horrifying realizations, he just gives Constantine a free card.
That's true, but Constantine's playing Mikasa too, so I don't think that's actually a concern.
But if he draws. Let's just say I'm going to put the hypothetical. He does the realization to draw the card, and then and Constantine draws the proper block for the attack played. Then he doesn't have to blow up Foundation to draw 2 more cards yet. He can wait till next turn when he's on the aggression to try to swing back.
Absolutely, that could be pretty annoying, but I mean that's 1 Foundation difference, right? But considering the fact that the camouflage is not going to be lethal, I don't hate this play at all. Especially since we know we're going to mill at least 1 attack here to play this Foundation. And then we're going to get to draw another card. But 6 progressive staring us in the face, that's going to be it. So this could be a repeat of the first game, though, where Kyle came out swinging, did a lot of damage, did a lot of great plays. But if it's not quite enough, Mikasa has a bigger board,
Yes.
and Mikasa has a higher potential because of that card pool clearing.
I think he dead drawed. I think he drew 5 foundations.
Oh my, the 5 hand size problem. And this is a big deal. I was talking about how Constantine was not drawing on defense. He was not fishing for low blocks. He was not trying to destroy ready foundations. He wanted to use the text on them first and then commit them to pass blocks first. But part of playing Mikasa is making sure that when you go into your next turn, you've already sculpted. You've already got an attack to get the party started.
But here's the one thing, is 11 of Kyle's attacks are already gone in the discard pile currently.
It's more than half?
It's more than half at this point. So it's
about half for most Devil Jins.
11. He's playing 19.
Okay, so that is more than half.
Yeah. So, like, and he's only going to draw 3 cards here, and he's like,
oh yeah,
like he might be like if he reviews 1, draws 3, and then has the realization. Like, I think Constantine just builds as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, because the more you build, the more you draw. So every foundation you build is more cards in your hand, technically.
Yep.
You know, holding things for this Mikasa deck is almost strictly about which zones. So double forcing surrender so we can fight through 1 interaction.
Yep.
The only thing is you might want to hold specifically a low, but even that's not true because Devil Jin can make the soul read and start changing the zone to high, and then you'd have to, start destroying cards to draw anyways.
Yeah. Let's see what we can do here. I like this is a good build.
Oh, he drew
gas.
He drew the Vast Hybrid at least. But now we have the double forcing. So despite having equipment heist, yeah, we almost messed up and played a different form.
We almost
We almost did the horrifying first.
So we're gonna discard and draw here. I like the smiling death. Here
huge.
To like, this could, especially on the targets, be like, hey, flip those. I don't want you no ready up for you. Like, I'm not. This is we're still a long way from this game. I am like looking from board to board. Like, he's got to pull off a lot here.
Yeah, Kyle definitely doesn't have it easy at this point. He did not draw a surplus of attacks.
Yep.
And now we're going to see the Goblin Bolt canceling 1 forcing surrender and then the Vast Hybrid. So no matter how good your interaction is, Devil Jin just seems 1 step ahead, doesn't he?
Yep.
However, this is still the correct play. This is a play I've had to make a lot in testing, basically, where you use the forcing surrender to flip the Goblin Bolt. That's still 1 less attack in the card pool, so that's going to be 1 less damage. That's going to be 1 less to a check.
Full block. Perfect. And now we committed both the smiling, so we're more than happy to. It's like, hey, would you like to give me a free card?
And if Kyle doesn't draw an attack here, I think this turn's over.
Yeah.
I think it's just a build. Yeah. Oh, wait.
We're going to try.
Hold up. Wait a
looks
minute.
like we bought our Divine Retributions in. Oh, blanked.
Unfortunate.
So much chrome Vast Hybrids. I love it.
I think those are Shrees again, actually.
Oh, I bet they are.
I was going to say.
But I've seen a bunch of them this weekend.
Yeah.
People are like, hey, we're down to the end of the standard legality of these. I'm like, I want to play them.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought those were Calvin's from his Godzilla deck that he sold to Shree, who then gave to Kyle to play for this event. But I could be wrong. But it's like the Sisterhood of the Traveling Chromes.
Now this is, look at all the draw possibility for Constantine here. I love this. Here we go.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I think we're going to see Constantine actually wrap it up here, just because I don't believe Devil Jin has the defensive chops to survive this turn, and there's so much fuel. Like, he has such a good stage. Typically,
does he have no hand? Did Kyle just like 235? I dare you.
I don't think so, but yeah, maybe he did. I don't. Those are 2 face down foundations. I'm pretty sure, because he definitely had at least 1 face down.
He's got 1 flipped.
This is not the deck to do that against, Jesse.
No.
This is not the deck to say deal 30. I mean, granted, Constantine bricked last turn, but that's your one saving grace. And now we've got the dust attack set up, even if he did have a way to block.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't even fail a check, you can't do Devil Jin response. So, like, even holding a fake card, a card you don't even want to pass. Like, this is, I mean, Mikasa might be the worst deck to say deal 35 at me.
Yep.
Especially when Mikasa has this many foundations.
He does, but then now it's just like how many attacks can Constantine currently only has one more attack in hand. It looks like he has to play his this his +4 damage block mod.
Yeah, but that +4 damage card can become how much damage?
Oh yeah, that can become sick. Like he's like, hey, go for it. You have the shooting.
If you sacrifice 3 ready foundations, and then you sacrifice a 4th one to draw 2 cards, but you're sending potentially a 12 damage move, then your rival's at 5. All you have to do is draw 1 more attack, regardless of whether or not you have a weapon in hand. Now we're looking for activations. We're looking for I am with yous. We're looking for face down cards that enter the discard pile.
Yep. I don't think he's playing many of those.
If Kyle made the greatest soul read of all time by saying this Mikasa deck will brick, I will lose my mind.
Yep.
This is absolutely incredible.
You don't give up. You don't hold. You keep going. On the 4. Okay. 3. 4.
I mean, even theoretically, even if you don't do the blitz here, I mean, just drawing more attacks is totally fine. But
or it's like fire it off.
Okay, we're gonna get +6 damage from the blitz. This is now for 9.
Yep. And draw 2.
Oh,
there
my
we go.
goodness.
That's what he needed.
That's lethal in hand.
That is lethal in hand. Because now he has powerful +6 from the.
Oh, true. He's got powerful. I wasn't even counting the powerful, but yeah, he's just gonna show him. We're gonna wrap this up.
That is it.
Yeah.
Constantine.
Constantine with the Santa hat on, entering the absolute Christmas land from no attacks to lethal to the easy lethal, the powerful lethal, the Mikasa show you anchor toss lethal.
Yeah,
absolutely incredible stuff. And I mean, that's exactly why, right? That's exactly why this is the worst deck to go handless against and say, show me 35 because of how easy it is. And let's talk about lethal rending, man. That was a huge chunk of damage.
That was, the lethal rending, the attack that's in there for, hey, let's get +4 damage. What's aim for that? No, this is how I'm going to kill you.
Absolutely. And I mean, you couldn't ask for a better ending. 2 5-handers, duking it out, slapping fist, saying, I got 35 health. I mean, Constantine, he did the same thing turn 1, right? He played all but 1 card. He held a mid block and then basically said, deal 35 to me. And when it came down to it, that one partial block that kept him alive is all he needed.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Great job.
An amazing run for both players, though. Let's talk about Kyle. I believe this is maybe his 2nd regional ever, making it to the grand finals. An amazing showing, smiles all around. I mean, just congratulations to both players. And I'm hoping both of them punch their ticket to day 2 at Worlds off this. I don't know where they are on the points leaderboard. I think Barrett was talking about Kyle had 50 points or something like that. So, that should get him.
I'll get him pretty deep.
Yeah. Like well, there's not too many ways to get points left.
This is it.
Yeah.
But Constantine's just like, I'm going to day 2.
Yep. He's got his day 2 invite. So absolutely amazing stuff. Jesse, do you have a highlight? Do you have a favorite moment from this whole weekend? You can say Mikasa winning. That's okay.
Mikasa winning. I'm happy that deck went from obscurity to a title.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It started in the summer in obscurity mode when the Apocalypse came out. It was kind of like, hey, this is a cool thing. And then it was like everyone kind of brushed it off. And enough cards shifted in the format to make this the deck.
Yeah, for me, I think it was the double Heat Ray play. It might not have been winning when we saw it, but seeing double Heat Ray on stream was absolutely phenomenal. I thought that was super funny. Yesterday, we had so many great matchups. Watching River cook was pretty cool with the Mikasa one, watching so many things. And River went, like we said, I think it was 0-1-1 to win out to make it to top cuts. An insane run for River there with Block Party. Yeah, this whole event has been absolutely phenomenal.
Well, I think we have to get this man over here for a quick interview.
Yeah, you want to do the winner
I
interview?
would love to do the winner. I might have to swap out. There's this old man who keeps bugging me. He wants back on air. So we're gonna be back in like give us a few minutes. Let everybody collect their prizing, and we'll be back with our winner interview before we sign off for the night. Ho, ho, ho! It's the winter solstice. And Constantine Andriotis.
There you go. You got it.
Santa
Christmas
Claus,
miracle.
Christmas miracles have occurred. Mikasa went from a obscure deck that kind of saw in Louisville make an appearance to winning a regional.
Yeah.
When did you decide that this was the deck for this week?
So it really starts at my locals. I really try to keep my locals going and get people out. I love the game. I love playing weekly. And one of my friends, Mario, built a Mikasa Heezer's Hope deck. And this was in like, I think July or August before it like really took on.
Yeah.
And we started playing some games. And I changed my deck every week at locals, and I could not beat it. I was like, this is ridiculous. And so I'm like, okay, well, usually when a deck's broken and kicks my ass, I want to play it and see like what's going on, you know, where are the weaknesses, how can you beat this?
Yeah.
So I started playing it, and like I continued to think that as I play it, I'm like, this deck is crazy. You can do like whatever you want on like no progressive. You can win out of nowhere. I had strings that like if you told me I won with them at the like start of this tournament, I'd be like, you're out of your mind. There's no way that kills somebody.
Obviously, like we saw the Dust Attack, the newest addition to this deck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, I can deal 5 damage, no problem. Let's
Yes.
ignore the progressive. Let's get a free momentum, which gives you saw you powerful into the focus energy. Like I
Yep.
was like, what is going on?
Yeah. So, like in general, I think the Mikasa deck has so much room for
Innovation.
Yeah, there's so many good death attacks, and I'm not even convinced what I played this weekend was the right attack lineup. But Dust attack is phenomenal. It's like another dual needle lunge. It gets you a momentum, and if they don't full block it, it has effectively done the exact same thing. And then something that's phenomenal about Roman Cancel is it is a defensive trick that Goblin Bolt, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, Rock Barrage, being stunned out, none of that matters. If I have 2 momentum, I can make any move, no matter the speed or damage, 3 damage.
Yeah.
And
that's amazing.
That has bought me so many extra turns in this tournament and converted into a win because of it.
Yeah. And now you're going to day 2 of Worlds. Automatically, you get to go down to Dallas. You get to relax for a day.
Kick my feet up.
Watch the rest of your team have to goes up to grind their way in.
Yep. I will help them, but it is like day 1, that is a relaxation day. Like I don't have to do anything. I can cube with Nick. I can go to the bar, go to dinner with people, have lunch wherever. Like it's gonna be great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who you got to shout out? You have plenty of them.
I do. So I absolutely want to shout out the entirety of the MGLA. Like this game means so much to me, and it in part is because of the friends that I've made in the MGLA, and not just them, but everyone. I might not know everyone in the room, but I really feel like this is a family.
Sure is.
Yeah.
It's the community.
Yeah.
Of gaming.
And I want to give so there's a lot of people in the MGLA, and I don't want to just say everybody's name, but I really, really want to give a shout out to my friend Sharuk Ali. He is one of my long time friends. I've known him for 11 years at this point. And we started playing UniVersus when My Hero 1 came out, and we've been playing it ever since. Some of the days we were the only 2 people playing it at locals, but we both show up and play. And he has been playing Devil Jin the entire year. And my deck, we were playtesting the week, the week leading up to this, and I was like, I got I just got decimated. I was like, okay, I'm putting answers in my deck. I bumped up the Dark Wards, the Forcing Surrenders, fighting for controls.
Yeah, you were just prepared for that.
I was.
We looked at the deck. I'm like, wow, looks like a Mikasa deck that is ready for Devil Jin and no other. Did you have that? Do you have any Devil Jins in Swiss you had to deal with?
So me and Shaw actually paired against each other round 4. Now, Nate in the previous round told me he ID'd with Alex from Trading Post, and I was like, well, I trust Nate, I think. And so I really didn't want us to knock each other out of the tournament because we were X1. And so we agreed to ID. And, I'm at the top right now, but I could not have made it without him. The games we played, it was great.
The grind is the best. When you have that play group that wants to push the limit into this game, you want to guarantee everybody does the best. It's there. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is possibly my swan song. This is obviously the Santa outfit. The Santa mystique is hidden.
Look at him.
That's Jesse Serini, as it says on the street. But this might be my swan song for commentary for a while. I am, I'm not doing Worlds. I'm gonna be, putting my time towards our lovely T.O. Rochester CCG and Sean O'Brien. And I want to make continue to keep this game going because it's amazing. We have a great community. I like supporting it. I like being a part of it. The positivity of this community has been amazing, and I can't wait for Worlds.
I cannot tell you how soon I want it to be Worlds weekend.
Oh yeah. Have you seen those KOF decks? They're crazy.
They're so sick. I haven't even thought about deck building them because I had to focus on this.
Oh yeah, but because they all went out Thursday, and we're just what's going on?
Yeah.
What do you mean? There's crazy new 5-handers I get to play. What do you mean I get to draw a pile of cards?
It's
be
so
8-hand
sick.
size. It's gonna be so much fun.
Yeah.
Well, at this point, community, we're going to be signing off from here in Buffalo, New York. Many of us are going to be enjoying the cold and traveling home during the holiday season. I wish everybody an amazing winter solstice, a happy holidays from UVS Games. And you know what? We'll see you all next year. Bye-bye.